They are replying now. They're currently at 15 without loss with Craig Brathwaite and and Zachary McCaskey at the crease. A lovely day here. We saw a wonderful knock from Romain Morris, who made 97 not out. He was dropped on 34 and capitalized on that. Unfortunately, he did not get to the century that he was looking for. He was not out at the crease with O.J. Shields, the man that was sent in to help him to get over that line. He was bowled for a duck. Zachary, he's on 13 from 24. And then we'll have a look here at the fall of the wickets from yesterday. That's the wicket of Chadwick Walton. He went for 5. Another good delivery to send Carlos Brown. He played 40. Kirk McKenzie didn't get control of that shot. He went for 40 as well. Kamabachi rejoiced with a dance. Don't know the name of that dance though. And Log skies that one and was taken. They wanted him to stick around but just couldn't. Struck Abaman Jan Singh. Jermaine Blackwood, the captain, who wanted to stay, but he was sent back for 18 runs. Pete wanted to go over the top for that big shot there, but bowled. That's the wicket of Gordon Bryan. And that's the wicket of O.J. Shields, who couldn't stick around to help Romain Morris to get to his century yesterday. And with me in the commentary box, it is Jerome Foster. Jerome, good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you, Kimberly, and good morning to our viewers around the region. The Jamaica Scorpions, 269 all out yesterday. As you saw those 10 wickets. Unfortunate that Romain Morris could not get to his century, what would have been a first-class century. But as we see, umpires Gregory Brathwaite and Jacqueline Williams out in the middle. They'll be joined firstly by Craig Brathwaite and Zachary McCaskey, the two Barbados Pride openers. They will be followed by the Jamaica Scorpions team. Had a lot of energy this morning in their warm-up, ready to see what they can get out of this wicket. Today is really the turning day in this game. If Brathwaite and McCaskey can bat for an extended period of time, I think that sends a signal that Barbados Pride would be in a very strong position. I think the team is going to be batting around Brathwaite. McCaskey will be the man on strike today. Firstly, I think Derval Green, who was left out of the last game, is back in for Marquino Minley. He will bowl his first over of the match. And Kim, what are your thoughts on the day? What is it that you think the Scorpions need to do, especially in this first over?
Well, I think the Scorpions then have to try and bowl in the right areas, try and pick up early wickets in the first session, try not to let Craig Brathwaite get off to the start that we know that he can get, and at least picked up 3 wickets to put pressure on them in the first session here.
So it's going to be Derval Green from the Michael Holding end. He'll be operating with 3 slips. Rather close they are. Chadwick Walton, Jermaine Blackwood, and Kurt McKenzie. Also has a point in Mansing. Cover, log, mid-off in Salmon, mid-on, OJ Shields. And the square leg man is Carlos Brown, who does the fielding. And the very first delivery gives Barbados a run. And they're up to 16 without loss. And in terms of what the Barbados Pride would be eyeing, I think their first objective will be at the start of today's play.
Yeah, so the 269 is already on the board. And we saw when Jamaica was playing against the CCC, how they come back in that game when they bowled them out for 89. And Jermaine Blackwood would want the bowlers to hit those areas, even though it's a new pitch. They're using the third pitch here. So it's a new pitch. Find the areas, bowl the right line and length, and picks up wickets pretty early. We saw where Warrican picked up 5 for 62. He's leading the charge for the Barbados Pride, picked up 17 wickets so far. Saw Gordon Bryan picked up 10 wickets so far in the season. So I'd want him to come and deliver today, as well as Shields and Green. I would say that the bowlers, they should just be patient. Don't try anything extra. It's a nice delivery there from Green.
One touchdown on about middle and off. And that has been the struggle area for Craig Brathwaite. He gets caught on the crease whenever the ball tends to move off a length. So he's not someone who comes forward to the deliveries because he plays the ball so late. Craig Brathwaite, he doesn't really rely on power. He's more of a deflector, nudges and nurdles the ball. He will drive you if you're extremely full, but he's not going to be driving on the up. And that is the length. That is the area. And Derval Green has gotten him out before in first class cricket. Similar type of delivery. And as you saw, Brathwaite, he moved away immediately because he knew that was a bad shot. And Green is doing something similar to what Cumberbatch did yesterday as well. And going almost wide off the wicket, then angles it towards the stump and then shapes it away. That can create problems for the batter. Brathwaite watches that one to complete the 8th over, the first one of the day. And the Scorpions conceded a run. Barbados Pride, they are 16 without loss.
And as you mentioned, Cumberbatch there, he lives outside of the off stump. Bowl straight, it allowed the players to make the mistake, and we saw where the batters did make the mistakes. So Derval Green living outside the off stump of Brathwaite, I think that is the right area. He just needs to be consistent with those deliveries.
So it's going to be OJ Shields. Oh, well, that should be Gordon Bryan. I'm a little bit surprised that Shields didn't start this morning.
Well, let's get my right arm over.
It's going to be Gordon Bryan.
Maybe he has a plan for Gordon Bryan to start pretty early.
Well, I must say that I'm not surprised that Gordon Bryan is bowling. I'm just surprised that Derval Green started ahead of Shields.
Okay.
Bryan has been the best bowler for the Scorpions this season so far, so you'd expect him to bowl. And Green didn't have the best of matches against the Volcanoes, hence his omission. He brought in Shields. But I always believe that your fastest bowler should get that chance to bowl at the start of a session. make things a little bit trickier for the players. You don't want them to settle in.
Yeah. Try to get them uncomfortable with with the pace that he carries.
Tickled away. And after a couple of fumbles from the River Green, it's still 1 run to Zachary McCaskey, who's nudged his way to 15. Scorpions have found a way to take early wickets in all the matches.
Well, they would want to take the early wicket now of Craig Brathwaite. He's on 1 from 24 delivers. And if they can get him pretty early, that will say a lot.
Gordon Bryan is operating with 3 slips. There's no cover. There's a point and a mid-off. There's a mid-on. A man at backward square. And short leg and a fine leg. And the man at square leg who I said is at backward square. You understand why? Because Brathwaite tucks a lot of deliveries behind square. He gets a lot of runs in that area. That one went almost right through him. That's a peach from Gordon Bryan. It was full up. And Brathwaite was stuck on the crease. And it's as if he was coming forward, but he was halfway and ended up being in no man's land and lost his balance. Luckily for him, it didn't take the edge, but that's a good delivery. And that's the area, as I've been saying, that Craig Brathwaite tends to struggle with because he doesn't really come forward. He doesn't give you a full push towards the ball.
Yeah, well, he will be struggling because that's the area that Gordon Bryan like to bowl in. It's going to be a problem for him. And I think once Gordon realized that it starts to be a struggle for him, he's going to be so consistent and persistent in that area to try and get Brathwaite to play a bad shot or even try to hit the stumps.
That one angled towards Brathwaite, but he dealt with it as efficiently as he could, and that completes the over for Gordon Bryan, the second one of the day, and it's 17 without loss.
What do you think about the way that O.J. Shields got out yesterday, knowing that Romain Morris was on 97? The ball was straight, but he played across the line.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm not going to knock him, but it's just good bowling to a tail ender. Once there is flight on the ball, he's going to be tempted to try something different. And he tried his best for the first 3 deliveries. He was forward and tried to kill the spin, but that fourth delivery from Warwickon was slower. And he thought he had more time to get to the ball than before. Hence, he was deceived. Green is continuing to McCaskey. So I won't say I'm not knocking him, but I just thought it looked a little bit ugly as we see it here. But he's not a batter per se. Yeah, it looked a little bit agricultural. He knew it that he messed up.
Yeah, and you should know that being a tail ender, yes, I understand what you're saying, but knowing that my partner, he's on 97, I tried my best to try and continue the way how I faced the first 3 deliveries. If I get out LBW, fine, but going for that temptation ball, it's a no-no for me.
Yeah. And I can't disagree too much. All I will say is that he's just his inefficiencies. He's lacking in quality in terms of how to bat. Mm-hmm. Not excusing him, as I've been saying. On 97, I would be flabbergasted. But you can just give the benefit of the doubt to the bowler. He just fancied his chances against a tail ender for 6 balls. McCaskey got on top of that one but couldn't get it into the gap. And I spoke with Romain Morris yesterday, and he was saying that he didn't realize that it was one delivery to come in the over. And I think that's where he realized that he made a big mistake when he ran 2 at the closure of the 78th over. Ball skied and went down to third man, and he came back for 2, raced back for 2 because he thought there was an additional delivery. So he miscalculated, ended up putting a heavy burden on O.J. Shees. He just couldn't carry that cross.
Well, with a decision like that, I guess he wasn't in the moment, because if he was mindful even to ask the umpire how many deliveries to come. And he would have tried and play that out, and as you said, take 1 run. Well, overall, it was a good knock from him, though. He was dropped on 34, managed to get to 97, which would have been a wonderful century for him. I hope he can come back in the second innings, though.
Yeah, I was about to say, Morris actually acknowledged as well that he's a little bit inexperienced at this level and that he's going to use it as a learning curve. You can understand that. Probably has not been in a situation like that before, where he's batting with a tail, even in domestic cricket, to graft his way to a century. So it's to come at a higher level and to produce it. And that's why they always say cricket is played with the head. A lot of mental battles, psychological wars, that you have to be always calculating and always trying to be at your best as that over comes to an end. I think that's a maiden over from Devil Green, and the score remains at 17 without loss.
Yeah, and it drags back our memories to the game with Australia and the West Indies with Hazelwood and what's the other batter's name?
Steve Smith.
Steve at the crease when Shamar Joseph was bowling as well. It's the similar thing that happened to Shields and Morris.
Well, in a sense, because he only gave Hazelwood 2 deliveries. Joseph was backing himself to use only 1. But in a circumstance like that, if I were in the position of Steve Smith, takes the edge off Brathwaite, it trickles on the ground to the man at third slip, who is Kurt McKenzie. I just thought, watching that game, that once it got down to number 9 and 10 and 11, let me not say number 9. Once it got to wicket number 9, I would not be allowing Josh Hazelwood to face any deliveries from Shamar Joseph at that time. But that was then. He probably backed Hazelwood more than how every other person in the world would. And from the same state, plays for the same team. And they have been playing together for more than 10 years, so he probably just has that trust level and that high level of belief in his, they call them mate.
Yeah, and maybe he knows the capability of Hazel that he can bat, but Joseph was just too quick and too good for him.
Yeah, and it's a similar situation with the Warwickon incident. Fuller delivery to Brathwaite, he strokes it back to the bowler. Is that Warwickon was along with McAllister, were the best bowlers on the day. And at a point in the over, I was thinking, give him 1 delivery to McAllister. And I just believe that Shields would do a little bit better against a fast bowler rather than the spinner, because there's just too much guile involved with batting spin. Well, that's in the past. What's in the present now is that Craig Brathwaite is trying to push his team to a good score. Has been struggling. By the way, he shadowed batting for almost 45 minutes on Tuesday. That's the day before the game. spent 15 minutes at one end, then 15 minutes at the other, then another 15 minutes at the Courtney Walsh end, and then just decided that I'm going home. It's part of batsmanship as well. When a player is struggling, there are two ways that people use to get back into form. They do minimal batting or excessive batting, preparation batting, that is, in the nets or in warm-ups or so on. When some players are out of form, they don't like to be constantly training. They work on simple technical deficiencies to get themselves right. I don't know how much shadow batting is helping him now as he shadows that one through to the wicketkeeper and completes another maiden over, back-to-back maiden overs for the Scorpions.
You mentioned the word struggle. Well, the struggle continues for both Brathwaite and the former vice captain, Blackwood. Yesterday we saw where Blackwood, I think he faced 45 deliveries before he got off the mark as well. And then Brathwaite, he faced 19 before he got off the mark.
Different approaches in terms of Blackwood's approach. It was surprising to many because he's known as a fast scorer. Brathwaite this is not uncommon to him.
But let me ask you a question, Jerome, of Blackwood. You said we know him as a aggressive batter. But do you think that being the captain puts a lot of pressure on him for him not to be playing his natural game on the way how we know him to play cricket?
Forceful drive there from McCaskey to lug at cover. It could be, because traditionally he's one of the higher run scorers for the Scorpions, but in those times he was never the captain, so that could also be a burden. And I think yesterday he was playing the situation more than anything else. He was worried about the situation of the game, the state of play, because when he came into bat it was 108 for 4 after seeing the team being 92 for 2. That one just a whisker away from the outside edge of McCaskey. And Derval Green can't believe it. He doesn't loiter around, he gets back to his mark. Touching down, almost with an angle, then he swerves away from the right-hander. He played on line. That McCaskey didn't reach out to the ball, didn't lose his bearing. So I'm going to get back to that Blackwood question. And responsibilities are never easy, especially in a team sport. But he's willing to take it on. It's not something that he's new to, by the way. He has captained at all levels in Jamaica before. He has captained parish cricket. He has captained under 19, under 15, under 17. So he understands his role. He understands the role. I just think that he's a little bit worried about the progression of the batting order and the tendency to lose wickets in a cluster. So he's not been batting with a large room of freedom. So that probably is a burden to him, and it's a reflection on what he has been doing so far this season. I think the last game against CCC got a good delivery. The first innings with Ryan John, I thought he got a very good delivery. John went away, arrived late at the crease, angled wide, shaped towards the stumps, and just took the top of the off stump. There's a loud appeal from Derval Green. Jackie Williams is on move. No, she's not. Her dreaded finger comes up now. Derval Green finally breaks this partnership. It took Jackie Williams the eternity to get the finger up. But she bided her time and found a way to give the Scorpions some laughter and some joyous moments. That one looks as if it's a close call. It's a very close call.
Maybe that's why she waited so long to make the decision there. It was a good delivery, and Derval, he was starting to get disappointed, but he was a bit calmed down there by the captain to say, listen, she had given it out.
I want to see that one again. I just thought that one is not as close as Green thinks. Comes up to the crease. Slides it into the right under. Oh, that's close. That's very close.
Green was convinced though.
I think 50-50. At best, I think that ball is clipping the leg stump. At best. I don't think it's crashing into the stumps. But the Scorpions have a breakthrough. And I think that's the biggest thing for them at this point. Jubilation and elation to start the first 25 minutes of play. 17-1, the Barbados Pride. And Shane Mosley has joined Craig Brathwaite at the crease.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, that Jeremy would want to pick up 3, so he got 1 down. If he can get 2 more, then he know that the Scorpions will be on top of things here. But Craig Brathwaite is still at the crease. He's on 1 from 34 delivers, and if they can get that wicket, then they know they're in the batting order of the Barbados Pride.
Nicely driven by Craig Brathwaite. The bottom hand taking over there, and he tugs it past mid on. A diving Green just couldn't stop it. Good timing from the West Indies Test captain. And Gordon Bryant conceding a boundary there. It was overpitched, and Craig Brathwaite almost jammed the bat at it and got 4. His first boundary of his innings takes him up to 5, and the Pride there up to 21-1.
Yeah, I didn't play that with a lot of power though, but as I said, timing was the factor there.
Brathwaite just clips that one into the onside for a single. And getting some messages here. Not many are pleased with the decision. I just think it's going down. I just think that's going down. It was very full, so it doesn't have a long distance to travel. But where McCaskey is standing, his left foot is outside the line of the leg stump, and he didn't make a big move towards the stumps. So I think that ball is missing. I just thought the appeal was so vociferous that it pressured the umpire to giving it out.
And so in that Derval was throwing a bit of tantrum there. Took her some while to put that finger up.
So Shane Mosley has joined his skipper. Mosley has played Test cricket before for the West Indies. Went to Bangladesh. Was an opener for the Pride the last time they were here in Jamaica. McCaskey has gotten ahead of him now. He has 2 tests for the West Indies. Only 48 runs made. Well, 28 runs made in those four innings. Best of 12, but his first class average is just under 30. Best score of 155 with 5 centuries. Hits him on the pad. Half-hearted appeal.
And I think the way that Gordon Bryan bowls Jerome, he's going to create some problems. He have different variations of deliveries.
Mosley not having proper balance to start his innings here. As if he's falling over to play the ball through the onside. Not being able to time it properly. He's batting in a shade, by the way. Not usual at this level. Brian Lara did that once. Chris Gale did it for several years in the CPL and in a few matches for the West Indies. Not a usual sight in red ball cricket. Shane Mosley has adopted that approach. See Captain Blackwood having a word with Gordon Bryan.
I wonder what that. I'm wondering what the word is.
I think he's saying he's bowling too straight. 3 steps are going down to wait on him. And he gets off the mark with a drive. Yeah, I think Blackwood is basically saying that get him driving. Use the newish ball. It's only 13 overs old as the Pride go up to 23 for 1. They trail by 246 runs. Still having some messages coming in that Jackie Williams got it right.
Well, as you said, 50-50. So the 150, a set of 50 is saying it's right, and another set is saying it was going down the leg side.
I don't.
But
As a batter, I would be a little bit disappointed being given out like that. I heard the bowler in the background said it was missing. And bowlers believe everything is out.
So it's Derval Green who is continuing now. He's on a high looking for another wicket.
That one came back after it left past the wicket, really. So a little bit of a shape towards the right ankle of Romain Morris. Green has started very well this morning. Has found his groove, has been consistent. Has conceded only a run. But he has been probing to the right-handers.
And the way he's bowling outside of the off stump.
Oh, it sneaks through. A French cut from Mosley. Luckily for him, it didn't go onto the stumps. He was in no control. He really threw his hands at the ball. No footwork. Yeah, the left foot just went at the ball along with his hands. Or that should be his right foot. And lucky for him, it trickled into the boundary, by the way. It's 27 now for 1.
Yes, I was about to mention about the half stump. Continue outside of the half stump. Let him force the shot. Maybe he can create some edge. We saw that delivery almost went on back to the stump. So continue outside of the half stump. The slips and the wicket keeper ready to take the catch.
That looked a little bit more convincing from Mosley. Gets it into the onside, and there's a problem for Carlos Brown here. Not sure what happened. Looks as if he's in some serious pain. It was innocuous. He's holding his wrist. I don't know if we can see it again, but
Oh,
It looks rather painful. You know, the physiotherapist is out on the field administering the magic spray.
maybe he pull a muscle there in the arm. Maybe, you know, sometimes you're throwing and then you pull that muscle.
But I don't think that is the case because he's looking at his wrist. Because it would be, yeah, looked at, well, more like his finger, to be quite honest. Oh. Almost as if he trampled on his finger right there.
Wow.
So the spikes, it's as if the spike got onto his finger. That was really, that's the definition of innocuous. And unfortunate. Never seen something like that before. No, he's leaving the field.
I hope he'll be okay for the second innings. The physio has some work to do.
Carlos Brown has to leave the field. Ramon Lewis is already out there, so he will be the substitute. It's never a good sign when players leave the field, especially fit players. Just hope it's a minor blow. So, play is about to resume. The Pride. Brathwaite asking how old is Carlos Brown? Because he probably thought it's just a small injury. No. Screams no after that delivery. Stays on strike. There was a couple of sounds from the captain that you're tougher than that. I think that prompted the question from Brathwaite to ask how old is he? Because he just thought it was something minor. And we're not making fun of the situation.
Yeah, it might seem minor, but it can be a great factor there to know that he damaged his hand, knowing that he's the opening batter. And Derval Green is very consistent in the area outside of the off stump. And it's very close, sticking close to the batsman, because any mistake made by Brathwaite, it is going to be a wicket. Blackwood at slip, waiting for that edge.
Leaves that one in a rather unusual way, Craig Brathwaite. Almost with a flair with the leave alone, and that completes the 14th over at 28 for 1. OJ Shields has the ball in hand. Burley pacer. Another pacer joins us in the commentary box. And that's Kesrick Williams. Out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, or St. Vincent. Oh no.
On the Barbados.
On the Barbados. All right.
Good morning. Good morning to our beautiful viewers. Sun's out. The Jamaica Cricket Association flag is flying high, which means there's a little bit of breeze out there. And with that breeze brings OJ Shields.
See what he provides for the Scorpions here. He's bowling to Shane Mosley. I think Mosley won't have a problem with the pace. But as an opener in Barbados, you shouldn't be having problem with pace on the ball. That's a factory for pacers.
No one have problem with pace these days.
Yeah.
There are bowling machines now that you could set the pace or whatever you want it to be at. So, don't think there are batters, especially top order batters in the world today that really, probably might be scared of pace.
Wraps him on the pad, but I think that one pitched outside the leg stump. And Gregory Brathwaite shook his head immediately. I'm going to ask you a very touchy question here, Kez. Yeah, that one pitched outside the leg stump and was sliding down the leg side. There's a Jamaican umpire and there's a Barbadian umpire. You found that strange?
Not really. I mean, they're professionals. I'm pretty sure that they go about their business or their work in a professional manner. So nothing to be worried about.
That one curves behind the stumps. Good lead from Shane Mosley. He was right out to it. Collected by Romain Morris. Not above his shoulders as Shields did ever so often last week. He's just getting into his groove now, yeah.
I'm pretty sure that that conversation was mainly about Shields bringing back the ball to Shane Mosley. But that in its sense might kind of play in a batter's mind, because then the fact that he's bringing it back, he will feel the need to be playing to everything. But if he's playing like that, you don't mind. Caress. Through the covers. Really well played.
That was a beautiful shot by Shane Mosley, the full face of the bat. And he gave you the follow through with it as well. No real brushing of the ball. Just allowed the ball to come to him. And then just an extension of that top hand through the ball. And just sweet timing. Nobody at cover. So mid-off had a lot of work to do. And he wasn't really in the hunt at any point. So 4 more runs to the total and it's 32 for 1.
Kind of surprised that they have Derval Green at mid-off.
Given that he's still in a spell. Takes the edge and there's no gully. What is there is a third man boundary. And with the extra pace of Shields, I would have been gambling on that. 3 slips, but Mosley survives and it was a genuine edge. He would have gone straight to that man at gully. And now they're contemplating the move. Yeah, straight into the hands of gully that would have gone. Carlos Brown is on the field again, by the way. So he has recovered from that minor blow. The score is 36 for 1.
Not a bad delivery at all. Finding the edge there, Shields. And that's the thing about sometimes, not saying that's the conversation that the skipper had with Shane Mosley, but I'm thinking if you then go to a player and say, listen, he's moving back the ball into you, that will sort of play on the batter's mind. So anything just outside the line of offside, he'll feel the need to play at that delivery because it's coming back. That in itself may or may not induce an edge like it just did the previous delivery.
Takes the edge to slip. And Chadwick Walton is in business. Too easy. And the Scorpion strike again. That's a loose shot from Shane Mosley. And Kesrick Williams looks like a gem in the box. He called it. It's 36 for 2. It was pitched up. No movement of the feet. Really. He just planted his right foot. And then came through with his hand. And the extra pace of O.J. Shields allowed the ball to go hard and low to Chadwick Wharton, and he took a very smart catch. The Pride slipping to 36 for 2 as we see the young Jonathan Drakes making his way out to the middle. Keswick, you need a order of merit? A badge of honor?
Not really.
Okay.
Just feels good sometimes. I don't know if you ever watch 18, that movie. Whenever the boss, what's his name? Murdoch? Is it Murdoch? Whenever he sets out a plan and it works, he put up his cigar and then he light it and said, I love it when a plan comes together. You remember that?
Yep.
Back in the day watching 18, but yeah, I mean, I did mention it, like, if that was the conversation, after that, he was actually playing at every delivery. So after that, he was playing at every delivery, and I did mention, if that was the conversation, it will make him want to play at every delivery, anything that is pitched on the line of off stump or even just outside the line of off stump. Because with the ball coming back, you'll have to play at it now.
But Kez, as a man who has opened the batting for your country, that ball was way too wide for it to come back and threaten my stumps if I were open at that stage.
Yeah,
I would be thinking that it's just going away too much for it. It's going to have to do too much to come back and hurt me.
That's the dangerous thing about batting a fast bowler who can swing back the ball to you.
Yeah.
So Ojo Shields is not really changing in terms of where he lands on the crease. So he comes down in the center of the crease. He comes down in the center of the crease, 95 or 85 between that, more than half of the time, in the center of the crease. He seems back the ball to the left-hander. At times, it just goes with the line.
Work forward of square, a misfield, and Brathwaite is going to be off the mark. Hands on heads, a little bit disappointed. 2 more runs added. We're going to look at that wicket again to just analyze the angles.
At this point, he's playing first-class cricket, so I'm guessing he understands what he's doing with the ball. So he goes down center off the crease all the time. Some goes away or some just continue with the angle and some comes back. So as a left-handed batter, you will always feel the need to play at it whenever he comes down on the line of the off stump or just outside the line of the off stump, because you as a batter, the fact that he's not really changing in terms of where he lands on the crease, you will feel like you have to play. If he comes wider, then you understand that it may go across. If it comes closer, it will come back. But he's always going down 90%, 85% on the center of the crease. So it will always be a little bit difficult for a batter when you see him back the ball
from that angle, because it creates more problems for you in terms of your eye line.
You always have to play. And I did mention it before.
And it plays on your mind as well as a batter, because once you leave alone a delivery, especially on a length, and you take that look, that cautious look behind you to see what has happened with the ball, and you see the keeper having to move a couple of steps inside to collect, you start to wonder, if he gets a little bit fuller, it could be a damaging delivery, or a delivery that is threatening my front pile or threatening my stumps, so I have to play. But I think the issue with what I have with Mosley is that it wasn't a full-blooded shot either. It was almost like a poke at the ball. He wasn't convinced that he was supposed to drive the delivery. Because
it's always an unsure line or length, especially if you're seaming the ball in and you're going straight across. Yeah. Look at it this way. If it was coming wrong, the ball is coming in all the time, so it will be a little bit easier for him. But coming from over, going across and seaming it back, it's always going to leave a doubt in your mind if you should play But then as a batter, you're going to always feel like you should play at the ball
Yeah.
to protect your stumps.
Craig Brathwaite screams no. And that completes the 16th over at 38 for 2 on the Scorpions. They're buzzing around the place. They're running around, trying to get through as many overs as possible. And just an update from around the region. It's heading up to lunch in the Eastern Caribbean. Karen Powell made 65. He resumed on 54. Casey Carty, he didn't add to his overnight 11. In the Leeward Islands, Hurricanes 180 for 5 in response to 137 made by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Terrence Ward made 22. Jamar Hamilton a duck. Joel Andrew is at the crease. He has 34 from 52, 4 fours and 2 sixes. The under-19 representative.
Ball is right arm over.
So, Leeward Islands Hurricanes leading by 43 runs there. That's one. The next game between the Harpy Eagles and the Academy team in Coolidge, or at Coolidge. Harpy Eagles are they're back in their second innings. Dismissed the Academy team for 162.
Ball.
No ball screamed by Gregory Brathwaite. And an additional run. The first one for Jonathan Drakes. Takes the score up to 40 for 2. So the Academy team, they had resumed on 96 for 4. They were in response to 175. They got bowled out for 162. And remember yesterday, Kevin Sinclair took all 4 wickets to fall. He finished with 4 for 45. But Gudakesh Moti, 3 for 31. And Verasamy Pramod, 3 for 15, joined in on the party today. Short delivery from Shields. So those are the 2 matches over in the Eastern Caribbean. And you're here at Sabina Park. And we go a little bit central when you go to Spanish Town. That's where Chedwin Park is. And the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they are 38 for 2. Replying to 204 made by the CCC. Kimani Melios, he was bowled by Gavasta Edmond for 13. Johan Jeremiah, he was caught by the wicketkeeper Demario Richards off the bowling of Jedediah Blades for 12. 2 straight, clipped straight to the man at square leg. Alec Athanase is at the crease, has only faced 3 deliveries, and Jeremy Solozano, 12 from 56 balls. And remember that the Volcanoes, they're leading the competition. That makes Keswick Williams happy.
Not really.
You're West Indian.
I'm a West Indian first.
Absolutely.
I just want to see good cricket. Just want to see West Indies cricket get better and continue to develop. It's good for them though. There have been a bunch that have been improving, and they're showing that as well. Good bunch of guys that enjoy one another's company. Still wondering why Derval Green is standing at mid-on.
Ask you why. Has a niggle? Well, he has a knee issue for a long time. That's pace.
Well, as your bowler that's operating from the other end, you would want him to get as much rest as possible.
Yeah.
The chances of that ball coming straight back to us or straight back to where we're at, possibility is very high because he's bowling at a fuller length.
And given that he actually had to pull out a dive early as well to a shot from Craig Brathwaite that raced into the boundary.
You have Leroy Lugg at fine leg and Lamar Lewis at square leg.
Really cranking it up now, O.J. Shields. He looks like a traditional fast bowler in terms of how he gets to the crease, the amount of energy he uses up to get to the crease. Almost barrels down on the crease. 21 in his back. Kept a little bit low to Brathwaite, who survives at 40 for 2 after 17 overs. Only 23 runs added this morning. Well, 25 because they resumed at 15 and they've lost 2 wickets. So the first 50 minutes, I think, would be going in favor of the Scorpions. 10 overs bowled. Not as quick as the Barbadians. Jonathan Drakes. It's an honor to be batting at number 4 for Barbados, I'm sure.
Had some really good batters at number 4 over the years. Not just for Barbados, but batters who play at number 4 for teams. Really are the batters that really try to stabilize the middle. It's usually where the middle starts.
It's not made his debut last year, Drakes. And this is his 8th game. No centuries, only a
He
50.
played for West Indies on the 19 as
Yeah,
well.
he did. Would have played 10 years ago. So that would have been the year similar to Ramal Lewis, who's on the field as a substitute. He would have been captained by Ramal Lewis. So he played in the same T20 the same under 19 World Cup.
Under 19 World Cup.
As Puran as well.
It's in UAE.
Yeah, 2014. Leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Looks a organized player. Just trying to remember some of the names off the top of my head from that 2014. I just think everybody remembers that innings from Nicholas Puran.
I think Red Jordan out of St. Vincent was there as well.
In 2014. Yeah. And Marquino Minley. Clipped away. Fine Leg has a lot of work to do. Gordon Bryan gets down eventually. He's tumbled on it, but only 2 runs. Yeah. Fabian Allen was a part of that team. Jeremy Salazano. Tejaran Chanderpaul. Brandon King. Shimron Hetmeyer was playing his first World Cup then. This is Brian Charles out of Trinidad and Tobago, who has gotten better over the years. He's played West Indies A cricket. There's somebody else from the Windward Islands that is not playing so far this season. It's Preston McSween. He was also part of that squad. That's Dr. Donovan Bennett in the, I would say, pink shirt. My colors are not the greatest, by the way. I only see primary and secondary colors. Driven by Drakes. I have absolutely no idea what the other colors are outside of those colors.
Well, I usually tell you leave the look into me.
As that completes the 18th over 42 for 2. You can get another shot of Dr. Bennett and Andre Coley in the stands.
I always try
You're
to
the
tell
fashionista.
I always try to tell you, you're good at words. So I leave you to say the most.
All right, which color is that?
That's pink.
Oh, that's pink.
And
Whoa.
it's dark blue as well. In the
Well, I figure that is some shade of blue. I would hope it's blue at some point.
looks like a West Indies dark blue top. I can tell you, I can see it from here. I'm good at. Good at. Have a good.
First vice president here for Jamaica cricket. As Craig Brathwaite gets another run in his favored position, that mid-wicket region or the leg side. And only 2 runs added. It's now 44 for 2. So he's the first vice president of the JCA, but he's going to be challenging the president of the JCA, Mr. Wilford Billy Heaven. And that election is, I think, scheduled for mid-March. It was pushed back from November due to unready financial statements or unprepared financial statements. So in March, there's going to be an election here in Jamaica.
It's too much information for me. Just focus on what I have to do here. Keep going, OJ.
Well, Andre Cole is there. You could find a way back into the test team. Full delivery from Shields.
Well, that would be for OJ Shields as well to try to impress the West Indies head coach. Well, that's a test head coach. The white ball head coach is in Pakistan with Shah Zalmi. The West Indies white ball, well, T20 captain is there as well.
Short. And that's too easy for Brathwaite. He gets it forward of point. He's not going to get to the boundary, but he's looking for 3. Mansingh going to get it out now, but only can limit it from not going to the boundary because they did complete those 3 runs. And it's now 47 for 2. You missed out somebody else who is at Peshawar Zalmi, by the way. Well, it's going to be at Peshawar Zalmi. Shamar Joseph.
Oh yeah, he's going there as well. Probably on his way.
Yeah. Did you play for the Peshawar Zalmi?
Never
Okay.
did. A few Caribbean guys did. I think Kieran Pollard did, Dwayne Smith did, Angie Fletcher, Darren Sammy, Sherfin Rutherford, and Robman Powell.
No, Rutherford was there for a long time.
2 years, I think.
Yeah.
Rovman, I think, is the longest. Rovman is there for the 3rd year, I think. Kieran Pollard is down there as well, but he's down there this year with
Karachi.
Karachi. Won a game for them a couple nights ago as well.
The man who is standing at first slip, no, he was a staple in that league.
Played for a few teams. Played for Karachi. He actually won with Karachi. Played for. I think he played for Islamabad as well.
I think Chadwick has played for every team in the world, to be honest. Full and straight from Shields. And Drakes is solid behind it to complete the 19th over. And the umpire says it's time for a drink. A 12th over bowl so far this morning. And the Barbados Pride, they are 47 for 2. They lost Zachary McCaskey for 15 and Shane Mosley. McCaskey going to Derval Green. Here it is first. Yeah, that was going down the leg side in my opinion. Clipping the stumps at best, but umpire Jackie Williams says not. And that's what the Scorpions want to hear. Shields, extra pace. And the delivery before that was really the one that caused the problem because it shaped back towards the stumps. And it prompted a drive from Mosley. And an easy take for Chadwick Walton in the slips. And that's 47 for 2, the Pride. in response to 269. We'll take a break. Until then, stay tuned.
And we're back here at Sabina Park after having a little bit of drinks. Get the guys a little bit of water, a little bit of H2O. Make sure that they're energized because it's really hot out there. Jamaica came out this morning, pick up 2 wickets. The Barbados Pride 47 for 2. And with that brings Pete Salmon and Kimberly back into the box.
Good morning, Keswick.
So Pete has really been a shining star for the Jamaica team with the ball and also with the bat. It's very useful in the lower order. Looks like he's causing a little bit of problem already for Craig Brathwaite. He didn't even want to appeal for that one, Pete Salmon. Just think he's saying it's too high. He only appeal when it's right.
Yes, Carlos. Yes,
Well, if he continues the way that he's bowling here, Keswick, I tell you, he will be soon see. We'll soon see the back of Craig Brathwaite. Can create some problems for batters.
What I like about Pete is that he's the type of bowler that creates pressure, and while he's doing that, he picks up a few wickets as well. It's a combination for off spinner. He varies his pace as well, so.
Yeah, we saw where when he was bowling against the CCC and that over comes to an end, 20 overs gone, 47 for 2. Yeah, back to what I was saying, we saw when he bowled against the CCC, he picked up 3 wickets. So far in the season, he picked up 7 wickets. And I tell you, he can really create problems for batters. He's bowling a line and length there, which doesn't give the batters any room at all. They'll have to try and force that shot, and while forcing that shot, they can give away their wickets. But this partnership consists of 11 runs, and I don't think Blackwood would want any batters to get settled. They're working hard to at least pick up another wicket or 2.
Well, there's another hour of play before lunch. Within that hour, I'm pretty sure any skipper would want to get some in-rolls. That's the main purpose of being out there. But first, there must be a process in terms of how you're going to get that wicket. So far, Pete came on and create a bit of problem for skipper Brathwaite. But the thing is, that's how he plays spin. But so far, Pete looks like he may create a bit of a problem, which is good for the skipper Jeremy Blackwood. And that's spanked over cover. It was in the air for a while. But Jonathan Drake's pitched up too much weight, and he lashed onto it over cover. It was in the air for a while, but Carlos Brown is not tall enough. And that's 4.
Yeah, I would consider that a lucky 4. That was a chance, but I think height beats him there. As I said, he's not tall enough. Picked up 4. He moves on to 7 from 12.
Jonathan Jakes, as Foster mentioned earlier, he played for West Indies on the 19. Played with Ramon Lewis and Nicholas Puran, Preston McSween, Fabian Allen, Brendan King, Ray Jordan, and co. So he do have some experience. But when you look at things, it's the same conversation I was having the other day. Kimberly, guys play on the 19 cricket, do well, or let's just say do enough to get them onto that first class scene, or play first class cricket for their country. But somewhere between them getting onto that team and after under 19, they sort of get lost for a while. And that's where you have the West Indies Academy coming in and CCC. Because there's a lot of players who are into academics who wants to play first class cricket, and then they have to make a choice. Because playing first class cricket will set them back in terms of academics. And being fully focused on academics can set them back on their cricket.
So it's a vice versa.
So CCC is there now to mesh that, bring that together. So you can play first class cricket and you can go to school still. So that's how important CCC is for players and also for West Indies cricket. But that's the end of the over. End of another Gordon Bryan over. Barbados Prides are 52 for 2.
Yesterday we saw where Barbados, they gave away 21 extras. So far the Scorpions, they have given away 2 extras. 16 runs partnership here. But it is Pete who is continuing. Craig Brathwaite who is on strike.
I would honestly like to see him getting Jake's off strike. Give him that single early.
Nice half volley that boy.
Bowl 2 Craig.
Nice half volley that feet.
First over to Craig. He looks a little bit iffy.
Wanna sweep. Looking for the big sweep here,
To
boy.
them, this would probably be a good single. Probably get the skipper on strike. The thing about Craig is that he's really due some runs. And whenever he score big. For the Scorpions, they wouldn't want it to be this game. For the Prides, they would love it to be this game.
And they're going to try their very best for him not to go big in this innings. I think if they can get the wicket of Brathwaite, they will feel a little more relieved. But once Brathwaite is there, they know the capability of him and getting runs, even though he might start slow. As the day progresses, he will capitalize on his game. So I think that's why Blackwood brings on Pete to create some problems here for Brathwaite, knowing that he's struggling in the tournament so far.
It's just that he's short on form. But he's one of those players, whenever he's in form and he's in, he really go big. And that's the end of the over. End of another over. Barbados Pride 53 for 2.
Current run rate is 2.41. 22 overs gone, 53 for 2. They still trail by another 216 runs. Just 1 run coming from that over there from Pete. Gordon Bryan, who is coming from the Courtney Walsh. And we noticed that from the get-go against the Volcanoes, the CCC, and now the Barbados Pride, he finds a liking here at the Courtney Walsh end. That's Gordon Bryan. I haven't seen him take the ball from the Michael Woolding end. I'd like to say good morning to Kasheen McDonald. So Warwick picked up another 5-haul yesterday.
It's all about being patient. You're bowling to the West Indies Test captain. He has over 13,000 first-class runs. Average is 38. 30 first class hundreds, 64 50s, highs of 276. So you're bowling to a man that really knows how to be patient. So you also have to play that patient game with him. If you're lightning quick, I would advise you to probably attack his body and maybe have a short leg in. Can't get too straight to him because he would pick you off. He's that type of player. If you're not lightning quick and you're seaming the ball, you would want to keep it just on top of the line of off stump. Or just outside the line of off stump and seam it from there on a good length. That will want to make him play more. Try to induce the edge. But if you don't have pace, bowling short to him, he's never bothered.
Yeah, we saw, talking about the off stump, we saw that's where Derval Green has pitched most of his deliveries this morning outside of the off stump, wanting the batter to make that mistake, to get an edge or to play onto the stump.
So you will definitely have to play the patient game when it comes to bowling to Craig.
The over comes to an end. 23 overs gone. 56 or 2 right here at Sabina Park on day 2 of round 3 of the West Indies Championship Tournament. Scorpions, they were bowled out for 269. We saw where Romain Morris didn't get the chance to get that century. Was not out for 97.
How disappointing was that?
Very.
Sitting and looking on, it was very painful. Just a lack of awareness from him. Also a bit from Shields as well. But I was looking at it and I was saying, last delivery, if it's in the slot and you can go at it, why not? If it's not in the slot and you could just rotate, strike and get back on strike to face in majority of the deliveries from Jamel Warwick, and that will be the thing to do.
And we had
But he got a top edge. It went down to third man. That one dropping short. Just in front of the hands of Jermaine Blackwood. Jermaine Blackwood being a short man himself. Probably needed a little bit of height for that one. But yeah, I was thinking that getting the top edge, it went down to third man. You would settle for the 1. Just thinking excitement alone made him go for that 2. And then Oja Shields couldn't keep calm at the other end. Had to go for it. Finding the edge.
Come on, boys.
Yeah, but you remember the discussion you and I was having the other day when we were talking about coaches will normally say bat straight. Once you bat straight, you can never go wrong. And if Shields had played straight yesterday, it would have given Morris that chance to get his century. But he was in that moment. I thought anxiety took him over. Maybe he wanted to go at it to even get back Morris on strike.
I'll tell you what, Warwick is a really miserly bowler over the years. There's a reason why he have over 300 first-class wickets. Every delivery that he bowled before getting him out was his normal pace delivery. And then that one was a lot slower, and it was tossed up. Light up Oja Shields' eyes. Couldn't resist. before it happened, I saw everything happen in slow motion. But that's the end of the over. It's 56 for 2.
Yeah, and sometimes those deliveries get the best of you. You thought, yes, I'm going to go at this one, but in the end, it get the best of you.
That could have been his first class 100. He played really well. Magnificent innings.
Marky, he was dropped on 34.
He was dropped. And I honestly thought that shot wasn't needed at that point in time. To me, it was a nothing delivery. It was short. He actually jumped to try play that pull shot. So to me, it was a nothing delivery. It wasn't attacking anything. It wasn't a bumper that's coming at your throat. It wasn't anything attacking your helmet. Could have just stand there and look at it. But being in that aggressive nature.
Yeah, and you know, he learned from that mistake. He know that as you describe it as a nothing shot, he know that he shouldn't have played that, but I didn't see him make that mistake. He actually learned from that to know that play his natural game, don't try to force anything. Once the bad ball come, then you can have the go at it, and he really display a good innings. But my concern now is, what is the plan of the captain to the bowlers to say, listen, we don't want these two to get set at all. We have to try and get the main focus. The main focus now is to get Carlos Brathwaite out. And if we can't get him out, we try to get the batters around him out, not for them to get a partnership. They trail by another 200 and something runs now. Another 212. We know Brathwaite can stay there for the entire day.
Really good lines here from Gordon. Well, that's not an issue with Craig. He's very experienced. I think he started playing first class cricket at age 17 or so. Made his first class debut at age 16 and impressed, scoring 72 opening for Barbados. He was called up for the test squad to play against Bangladesh in 2019. And that's when they had the strike as well. And was awarded a contract right away. He also played on the 19 World Cup in 2010. And that's well played by Jonathan Jakes. Punch behind backward point. Let the ball come on to him. Play really late as well. Behind point. No intentions of getting it in front either. All intentions to get it behind point. Well played. Squeeze behind point for 4. And that brings up the end of the over. Score moves on to 61 for 2.
Constant conversation between Blackwood and Pete there, knowing that Pete can create a chance. Maybe he's telling him to pitch it up, see if he can get the edge, or maybe a leg before, but we have to get a wicket now. Let me ask you a question, Keswick. If you were in Blackwood shoes right now, and Craig Brathwaite and Jakes is at the crease, what would be your bowling plan to get one of those batters?
It's all about being patient. You're bowling to someone who is very experienced at this first class level. As I mentioned, he has over 10,000 first class runs. So he's one that understands how to be patient, understand his game to a level that a lot of these players in the Jamaica team may not understand their game to that level. So to get him out, you have to play the game that he's playing. You have to be patient with him as well.
Working, boy.
Consistency is something that you have to show, because he's not the person that's going to give his wicket away. He's low on runs. He's not in a lot of form
Catch him. None,
right now, but he's going to use this first class season to try to get into form for the next test series that's going to be in England. So he knows what he wants, and he knows how to get there.
Oh, yes.
So Blackwood and his bowlers will have to be patient here. Try their very best to try to work out Jonathan Drakes. You still want to try to out him, but you have to go about it smartly.
Yeah, and as you mentioned the word patience, there, remember when Chadwick Walton was going great guns against CCC, and they introduced the 17-year-old Zishan Matara. Yes, even though Chadwick threw some blows at him, he remained patient and he got the wicket at the end of the day at Chadwick Walton. And even he went on and getting 7 wickets for 108. So patience is the key here now.
Yo. He's just here, yeah? He's patient.
So
He's patient too,
don't have to try and do anything. Bowl the line and length that you're bowling
boy.
and be consistent.
The thing is that Carlos Brung is at short leg and he's in play almost every single delivery. The good thing about it is that Craig is playing them down. But then with the bounce of the wicket, there's always a chance that one may get a little bit big on Craig Brathwaite, and then Carlos Brung would be even in the game a lot more in terms of trying to get a catch. So that will be the main plan here now, because as you notice, Craig is he's playing with the turn. He's doing it safely as well. But the wicket has good bounce in it. So there's always a chance it may get too big if Pete Salmon continue with that consistency. As you can see there, Jermaine Blackwood and him having a little bit of chat.
So it's going to be a new bowler in the attack, Abjay Man Singh.
Pull his right arm over.
We know that Man Singh is known to break partnership, so Blackwood would want him to break this partnership here.
Well, he's operating with one slip. That's sloppy. Come on, Lug. Should have never been a run there. Gotta be better than that. But yeah, he's operating with a slip, point, extra cover, and mid off. Well, long off, sorry. Long off, long on. Somewhat silly mid on. Pete Salmon. Deep square leg. Abijay Mansingh usually takes a while to get his line and length spot on. As I did mention, that leg spin is one of the hardest art to really master. But I tell you, whenever he gets it right, he gets that one to really bite and hits that line and length, and it's like a gem of a delivery. Just punch down the ground for a single.
Yeah, once he gets in his groove, can create problems here. And They would want him to get into that groove pretty early. But maybe after the second one, then he'll get it right. Try to get closer to the batters. His partnership now is 28 runs from 72 deliveries.
That one just a little bit too wide. That really would trouble a player like Craig Bradley. But it's the end of the over. Score is 64 for 2.
Run rate is at 2.39. There's 3 runs coming from that over. They trail by another 205 runs. Brathwaite is on 16 from 81 deliveries. Drake's is on 17 from 30. So a drink there for Brathwaite. It is really hot out here in the middle. So it's Pete who is continuing. Bowling well so far, just 1 from his 4 overs. So where he picked up 3 wickets in the last game against the CCC.
Oh yes, boy. Oh yes, Pete. This one is yours, boys. Come on, come on.
Bit of encouragement there from Morris behind the stumps.
Oh yeah, run him off, Pete. Run him off. Big ball. Big ball, Pete.
Just a little chip from Jonathan Jakes, but straight back to Pete Salmon. Last game, he really bowled a good spell. He's one of the main reasons why they won that game against the CCC. Loud appeal, but Jacqueline Williams on move. Not interested.
The first delivery of this over where Drakes comes down, chips a little bit down the wicket. I'm wondering if Pete can drag him down the wicket, but with a quicker one to allow Morris to stump him.
Oh, Pete, I like that, Pete. I like that. That is going to be so disappointed. Just 25 minutes to run. Just 25 minutes to lunch, Pete.
Exactly what I was thinking with Craig on strike.
Yeah.
The fact that he plays with the short leg so much. The short leg is always in play when Craig is on strike.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Why not bring over the point and
Yes. Boys.
put him at
Keep on working, boys. Keep on
leg
working,
slip?
boys. You're doing a great job. We're doing a great job here.
I guess Jeremy Blockwood is mic'd up and he's hearing me, so. And he's done just that. Ball is spinning as well. Don't think there's a need for point.
Oh, yes. One gospel. That's the one. Oh,
Just another single. Another single to end the over. Score is 66 for 2.
So it's Mansingh who is going to come back. Three runs from the first. Gentleman loves his cricket here from early this morning.
Really well played. Really well played. Exquisite. Elegant. Use the words, Kimberly, because it's a really good shot. Both Lug and Chadwick Walton, they had no chance.
Monsing will have to try to bowl a little more full. That was too short and too much room. Give him time to free his arms to play that excellent shot.
Played a lot of cricket in Barbados against this young man. He was out of it for a while. But he's back now, and the most important thing is that you just have to start scoring some runs for the Pride. And again, driving and driving lovely. No run, but you must admire his technique and how he's getting to the ball.
And
His access to the ball is brilliant. And again, lying down on that one, punching it out to long off. Really good on the eyes here, Kimberly.
yeah, and he's showing a bit a level of confidence here that he knows what he's about. He's on 24 from 39, while Brathwaite is on 17 from 83 delivers.
Flighted again on the line of leg stump. Craig Brathwaite not bothered. 17 runs of 83 balls. That's the Craig Brathwaite that we expect. Just squeezed out to sweep. Chadwick Walton out there.
That's the end of the 29th over. 72 for 2. 6 runs coming from that over from Monsing. And I think Blackwood would want to pick up a wicket just before lunch, 22 minutes before lunch. Barbados Pride, they're still trailing by another 196 runs.
Looking at the Barbados staff, Fastbot Jakes there in the shades. Ryan Hines, the manager and selector in the background. Just taking it from a different view. That view here at Sabina is usually where the camera team would be.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, boy.
It's a very cool air as well to chill out and look at the game, look at it from a different view. Probably don't want to be around the players as well. Can find a lot of things being said that's not cricket related, so some coaches may not want to be around to hear it. Just want to be away where there's a bit more silence and probably look at the cricket from a different view.
Yeah, and I think umpire Jackie Williams is telling Pete not to run in that area.
Catch him, Carlos.
He's always in play.
Keep working, boys. Keep working, boys. Just be patient.
Who's Carlos Brown, who's at short leg.
Be patient, Pete. Just be patient. Hey!
He knows how to weigh you down. Craig Brathwaite. It's not that easy to get his wicket. Especially he's not in the greatest of form.
Oh, yes. Sweep.
So it's even more difficult to get him out when he's not in form.
A good idea. So lunchtime.
Especially at this level.
Captain will be so disappointed. Oh my God.
Can hear Morris around the wicket saying that Drakes want to sweep, but that would be a bad idea to lose a wicket just before lunch.
Surprisingly, he's mentioning that. Because I could remember 2 overs before lunch, he spanked Sherman Lewis over his head for 6.
Oh yeah. we start spin now, no one.
So that's the end of the over. End of another over. Another Pete Salmon over. Score is 74 for 2. As Abijay Mansingh comes back into the attack, brings Foster. He's back here with me. How was the cup of tea you was having a while ago?
No, I wasn't. I'm not a tea fan actually.
Was that juice?
Just water.
It's a bit cold here, innit?
Yeah.
A little bit of
Well,
cold front here in Jamaica.
For you, this
Oh,
is
so you're accustomed to the cold,
this is
huh?
regular weather for me.
Oh.
It's regular weather for me. I was downstairs where you saw the Barbadian entourage, and I learned that Jonathan Drakes is actually the cousin of Vosworth, or they are cousins.
Long line of family, yeah, because you have his son now playing league cricket around the world. Plays for St. Kitts here in CPL.
And they felt aggrieved about the LBW as well. The first one.
Sliding down a bit.
Yeah, they're convinced. They were saying I was too protective of the umpire to say it was close. I said it was not even close.
Sometimes we get, as commentators, we get hit for not being, well, for being too nice. We get hit for that. If we be critical, we get hit for that. I mean, what do you want us to do, folks? Come on. We're just here. We're telling you about the cricket. We're telling you what's going on in this game. And as I mentioned, the short leg will always be in play. Just coming down on that one, Craig Brathwaite.
And I felt as if this is the only way the Scorpions are going to get him out.
The thing about Craig Brathwaite is that when he's not in form, he's even harder to get out.
Yeah.
Because he blocks a lot more. He's a lot more careful in how he goes about scoring runs.
Yeah, 19 from 93. It's taking all the time in the world to get it done. Working himself, this is how you describe it, as working yourself back into form. I think the most surprising part about it for me is that he doesn't even look as if he's fazed by anything that is going on around him.
He's unbothered.
Yeah.
That's how he plays his cricket. I mean, he's in better flow when he's in form. You can know when he's in form. He drives the ball a lot better. But when he's not in form, the drives that you will normally see from him, he locks them up in his bag.
And he tends to use his feet to the spinners as well when he's actually in a good...
When he's in form.
Yeah.
Normally when he's not in form, you would see a lot of balls going to short leg because he tried to kill it right under his eyes.
Keep working, boys. Keep working hard, boys.
As I was mentioning earlier,
Just keep working, keep working.
I was saying to Miss Forbes that the fact that Pete is spinning the ball a great deal, why not take out the man from point?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Ask Pete to come down on the stump. Come down off some spin it into Craig and then put that man at leg slip. And I think he was listening to me.
Oh, yeah.
I had some issues and reservations about the field as well because you saw what was happening. A couple of balls bouncing short of that man at short leg. And there were a couple of deliveries that were bouncing as well, which is being difficult for the wicketkeeper down the leg side. So it tells you.
Catch him!
The thing is, there's always a chance for short leg if you're playing everything on the ground to short leg. There's always a chance because the fact that the wicket has good bunks, there might be a chance one may get a bit too big for you, and that one just play down to fine leg, picks up 2. So there's one that may get a little bit too big for you, and then you may hit it to short leg.
Yeah, I agree. And you saw that in the games prior to this as well. He got a couple of wickets like that, just that extra bounce. And remember, he's a tall fellow as well. So he comes from a great height with the ball.
The thing is, what I'm amazed with is that he understands when he wants to slide it, and he understands when he wants to spin it.
Yeah.
So that's really good. That's good skills to have.
And he releases the ball from different angles as well.
It's the end of the over again. It's end of another Pete Salmon over. Barbados Pride, 78 for 2.
Tidy over. I'm just a little bit surprised though with both spinners in terms of, you mentioned the lack of catches around the bat to someone with the leg slip. I'm a little bit bewildered that Mansingh is operating with a long on to both batters, because Drakes is obviously an attacking player by nature. You can see that based on his stroke play and his shots. You probably feel as if you can reduce his scoring like that, but in terms of Brathwaite, it's just an easy push down the ground. He's 21 from 96.
He's not going to go there.
Yeah, he's not going to do that.
He's not going to raise his bat, is he?
No. He's not going to do that. So I find that a little bit strange. I would employ the man at mid-on, and I would also have another catcher around him as well. Probably a straightish mid-on or a shortish cover.
Because you definitely have to find ways to get him out. You have to be patient, but the long on and long off is not really the best option, because he's never going to go long on and long off now.
Yeah, I think the Scorpions are worried about the scoreboard rather than anything else. But it's not really getting away from them either, because they're scoring at just over 2 runs and over. So it's not moving, it's not motoring along, as if Drakes is struggling with some cramps. So 29 years old.
Sun is hot, Foster.
Yeah, I went downstairs and it was glaring in my eyes.
Definitely
had to get
have
back
to.
up here in no time.
Definitely have to take your fluids. Thing about these players, they would sleep all night in their room with AC on and not drink enough water, and then you're playing in this hot sun.
Yeah.
So when you turn up to play, the AC already probably takes some of the fluid out of you. Wake up in the morning, the skin is dry. And that's one thing, if you want to know if you're taking in enough fluids in the morning, check your skin after coming out of the AC. According to how dry it is, you'll know if you have enough fluid in your system. Also, you can go to the bathroom and do the normal thing that men do first thing in the morning, I guess. Check the color of the urine, and then it can tell if you need fluid.
Yeah.
Because being in this hot sun, fatigue is going to kick in, cramps.
It saps away, yeah. Well, Drakes is trying to get back on.
But good to see Jakes back in the cricket, because I can remember the fact that he played West Indies on the 19. I can remember we were having a discussion the other day
Yeah,
about a lot of players who play under 19 cricket, and for a while
they just got lost in the system.
got lost in the system.
Yeah.
Jonathan Jakes played, what, 2014?
14.
It's year 2024. And how much first class have he played?
5.
5 first class.
Yeah. And I think this is his 3rd game this season. So he would have played 2 games prior to this season.
So that is the
And
reason.
he was a West Indies youth player 10 years ago.
That is the reason why the implementation of CCC into Caribbean cricket was one of the greatest move ever. Also, what Cricket West Indies did in terms of bringing in West Indies Academy, brilliant as well. Love the idea.
Yeah.
Thumbs up to President Kishan. Well, before it was
Ricky Skerritt.
Ricky Skerritt. A lot of people may not like it, but it will take some time for us to get back to the top where we used to be. But to get there, you must put proper structures in place. He's not going to go to long on and long,
No, he's
long on
not.
anytime soon.
No. And it's a couple of minutes to lunch as well. Force him to get difficult runs. Don't make it easy for him to go in and wonder how much more am I going to make.
His scoring errors right now is
Backward
probably under
square.
45.
Yeah. Backward square and forward of square. He has driven 1 delivery through the offside.
He has come straight down the ground once.
Once as well, yeah.
And folks, remember, that's when he's not in form. When he's in form, he's more in flow.
There it is. Backward of square.
And it could run away for 4. OJ Shields is doing chase. Just might get there.
No.
And he didn't. Ball win in the end.
4 more runs to Craig Brathwaite.
Exactly the same position that you were mentioning a couple of balls before. That's a scoring error, especially to spin. 2 straight, sorry.
Yeah. And he's
Craig
not
is gonna
and I
score.
don't think he's gonna sweep Man Singh at this point either.
Have you ever seen him sweep though?
A couple of times. When he's actually in form. That 212 that he made, he swept a lot.
Because I'll tell you what, if he's in form, you need both long on and long off. Because he will chip and he comes straight down the ground.
Especially long on. Because of him tucking the ball to leg side and that dominant factor of his bottom hand.
So he's still back somewhat similar when he's in form. But it's just that he's in more flow. And at this level, he would be a difficult player to get rid of. Because he's so mindful that, listen, I'm not in form and I need to get in form and I need to stay here and this is what I have to do.
Yeah. You were right. It was a pink shirt.
I told you, keep the vision thing, leave it to me. That's also green and pink. The young lady's wearing there.
Yeah. And Craig Brathwaite, he actually he scored a double century against the Scorpions. I think that would have been 2022, 276. I think that is the last time he played against the Scorpions as well.
Well, it would be close-up shop time before lunch. Just about 5 more minutes or so before lunch. Could take another over. There we see it again. Most of the runs have been scored off Pete all morning is really behind square leg. Like down the 45 region.
It's really difficult as a captain as well because you don't want to overdo your attacking or to be ultra aggressive, resulting in you leaking runs. But in terms of sensing the awareness and the moment, in this situation, the batters would have to surprise me.
Again finding the edge, Pete Salmon. Skipper Blackwood doing chase. Could only get one though. He's really quick on the field, not on the tracks. As I mentioned, I heard a story about him. Camera couldn't find him on the track. He went to a track meet with Johan Blake. Camera couldn't pick him up. He was dead last.
Blake was quick. Well, Blake is quick.
Blake wasn't really running the race, but some of his friends were. So he was always saying that he's quick, the fastest cricketer in the Caribbean. And he got invited to a chat meeting. The guys were so fast, the camera was following the guys. They couldn't pick him up. It was dead last.
That just tells you how quick the athletes really are because he's really fast.
Well, the guys have footage. Another shot. Jacqueline Williams unmoved again.
I think this is a better field for Pete Salmon.
Should get at least another over in. It's almost time for lunch here at Sabina. Abijay Mansing to bowl the next over. Should probably be about 1 or 2 overs before lunch because they lost a bit of time when Jonathan Jakes was checking his hamstring, so probably would give back a little. So definitely about 2 overs or so left.
See, he's now stretching for that delivery. Brathwaite. Mansing has not really had his best of days with the ball in hand, has been inconsistent in terms of his length. He's trying to find that rhythm.
There we see the bunks doing a bit too much for Craig this time. Only a single though. Taking the bat edge, just running down to third man.
Well, a leg by signaled, so that one pitched outside the leg stump and caused problems. It probably dropped into the, or pitched into that rough area outside the leg stump of the right-hander.
Another one squeezed down to find like Jermaine doing chase, but it's not quick enough this time. 4 runs to Jonathan Jakes.
I think that is Another example of Mansing not being on the radar, on the money. That was outside the line of the leg stump, and that's easy runs for Jonathan Drakes. I think that's lunch. So says umpire Gregory Brathwaite. And it has been an even session of play. 2 wickets for the Scorpions. They would be over the moon for that, because to me it's a good batting wicket. But Craig Brathwaite, the captain, who is searching for runs, who is desperately in need of runs, has batted throughout the session, and this is the first time he has done so this season. He's on 26. The Barbados Pride, they are 93 for 2. Jonathan Drakes is that he is the other not out batter. He's on 31. And the Scorpions got their wickets from O.J. Shields and Derval Green. So 93 for 2. They trailed by 176 runs, the Barbados Pride. And you can rejoin us in about 40 minutes time for the resumption of play here on day 2 of the round 3 West Indies Championship match between the Scorpions and the Barbados Pride. So welcome back to Sabina Park for this, the second session. Some issues with the scorecard for the final over or so. So it's 89 for 2, the Barbados Pride, and not 90 for 2. 89 for 2, they are responding to 269. Trailed by 180 runs. Craig Brathwaite has battled his way to 26 from 107 balls. And Jonathan Drakes has looked very fluent. Attractive player. 31 from 53, the former West Indies under-19 representative. Drakes. Delicate position here, 182 wickets in the morning session for the Scorpions. They bowled 28 overs, conceded 74 runs. 74 runs in 28 overs. Additionally, Derval Green took the wicket of Zachary McCaskey. Debatable, a leg before wicket decision by Jackie Williams. For many, including the Barbados staff, it was going down the leg side. And Shane Mosley nicked off by O.J. Shields. And at that time, Scorpions felt as if they were going to have a stranglehold on proceedings. But this pair of Drakes and Brathwaite wrestled the team into a decent position that they can rebuild from. Derval Green is starting after lunch, and he concedes almost an automatic run on the leg side to Craig Brathwaite because he has nudged his way to a 27th run, and majority of his runs have come on that side of the wicket as they're joined by Kimberly Forbes to start this session. And the 90th run for the Barbados Pride. And just before Kimberly comes in, I'm going to give you an update from around the region. Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they are 237 for 5. West Indies under-19 player from the last World Cup, the most recent World Cup, that is Joel Andrew. He has 60 out of that 237. Additionally, and rain has stopped play in that match in Warner Park. Well, at Warner Park, the Hurricanes are 237 for 5. They lead by 100 runs. As I said, 60 runs to Joel Andrew. Well, the West Indies Academy and Guyana Harpy Eagles. The Harpy Eagles are 175. They made 175 in their first innings. They are now 46 for 2 in their second innings. And they bowled out the West Indies Academy for 162 this morning. So they lead by 59 runs. And over at Chedwin Park, that's here in Jamaica as well, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they are 108 for 4 in response to 204.
So the Scorpions would not mind getting a few wickets after lunch, after what the Barbados Pride did to them yesterday, picking up 4 quick wickets after lunch. Derval Green back in. They wouldn't mind him breaking this partnership here between Brathwaite and Drakes. And they trail by another 179 runs. This partnership consists of 54 runs. Many would say that Brathwaite is scoring slow. He's on 27 from 107, and that delivery, that dot, at the end of over number 36, it is 90 for 2. 3 extras. Bowlers been pretty tidy for the Jamaica Scorpions. Barbados Pride, they gave away 21 extras yesterday. So let's see after lunch what will happen, or what will the bowlers of Jamaica Scorpions will do. I know that Pete, before the lunch break, he was hunting for a wicket. Now that they have refreshed and re-energized, see what will happen in the second session here.
And he has switched ends. Bowled from the Michael Holding end initially to start. He bowled 8 overs on the trot, none for 10. Economical as always is Pete Salmon, and he's always prepared to bowl long spells. So he'll be operating from this the Courtney Walsh end.
He's in his 9th over, just 10 runs from it so far. He's bowling pretty tidy with line and length.
Kurt McKenzie doing the fielding there at mid-wicket. A very high percentage area for Craig Brathwaite to score. He's tickling that one where a leg gully would be. Let's wait on the signal here. Leg by signal by the umpire Gregory Brathwaite.
That's middle. That's off them.
So a change in the field. So square leg was in a normal position for Brathwaite. That man has been sent back to the boundary. A deep mid-wicket comes in to a forward square position for Jonathan Drakes. A mid-off is up in the circle. There's a load of pit. Well, it trickles onto the stumps. What a way to go. Unfortunate, but the Scorpions won't mind. Drakes was caught in a tangle there. He was looking to go back to play the ball through the onside. And then it just rolled off his elbow into his groin region, and then it trickles onto the off stump. That's a perfect look. If you ask me, Pete Salmon gets a wicket fortuitous, but he won't care. It's 91 for 3 Barbados Pride. Drakes is dejected.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how he gets that wicket. It's still a wicket. But he wasn't aware where the ball was. He was more focusing on the appeal for the leg before to show that his foot wasn't in the position of the wicket. But it doesn't matter. A wicket is down after lunch. As I said before, that they wouldn't mind picked up some wickets here. Well, Jakes is gone. 91 for 3.
The man in form, Kevin Wickham, strides out to the middle.
Yeah, we saw where he got 139, his first class 100. And if they can get him out pretty early, that will be good. As I mentioned before lunch, I said if they can't get the wicket off Brathwaite, they will have to try and get the batters around him.
So along with that century in the first game, Wickham also played a good hand against the Volcanoes. That one is pushing past Carlos Brown. Oohs and ahs around the bat. But Wickham gets off the mark. It's close. Still a weird dismissal. It's not one that you're accustomed to seeing. Extra bounce from Pete Salmon causing some problems. Came off the flap of the pad, up onto the elbow, down onto the groin region. Then it trickled between his legs and onto the off stump. And if you face that delivery 190,000 times again, I'm almost sure it's never going to be dismissed like that. So I was saying Wickham played a lonely hand against the Volcanoes last week, 74 from 104. So he's in good form. He joins a man that is battling to re-establish his form. Everybody knows he's a class act, Craig Brathwaite. 12 test centuries. It's 92 for 3. The Barbados Pride. A successful over for Pete Salmon coming to an end.
Yeah, 9 overs and 11 for 1. Just that run and a leg by from the over. Run rate is 2.49. Craig Brathwaite is at 27 from 111 deliveries. The Barbados Pride is still trailed by 177 runs. Maybe another wicket here will really put a high on the Scorpions bowlers to continue to go on, to strive for more wickets. But in the form that Wickham is in, with Craig Brathwaite, been at the crease from yesterday.
$112 deliveries faced by the Barbados captain. Derval Green will continue to Wickham.
No run, no.
A very energetic fellow is Wickham. After play yesterday, he was running around and almost having a chat with everybody. As you can see him at the crease to get himself ready. As I said, Brathwaite's class is not debatable. 30 first-class centuries. So once he sets himself, you're in for the long haul, and the Scorpions are finding that out already.
No.
He has faced 112 deliveries. I think Green would want to be a little bit fuller to Wickham. 2 slips and I wouldn't even say gully, but it's more a third slip. So 3 slips. Point, cover and mid off.
No.
No ball screamed by the umpire.
And his debut game was against same Jamaica here in 2023. It was in August when he played his first game against Jamaica. He was bowled by Minley for 2 runs.
No run.
Kevin Wickham, he's found himself into a groove. Found himself into the reckoning.
Yeah, in that game, he didn't get off to a great start. He was bowled by Minley in the first innings, and in the second innings, he was bowled there by Munsing for just 1. but getting from a century, 139, that will be in the back of his head to try and get more runs here at Sabina Park. But Derval Green bowling well from morning, hitting the areas, especially outside of the off stump.
Short delivery. He's showcasing a chest guard, which can send a signal to a bowling unit. He got inside the line and rolled his wrist over that ball. Did Kevin Wickham.
And what is the signal that you think that he can send to the bowling unit, Jerome?
That he's not really fond of the short ball. Once you're wearing guards in those areas, fielding team tends to feel as if you're shy or not the greatest of pullers. Hence, Green tried that short one, but it's the end of the 38th over. It's 94 for 3.
Maybe when he comes back to bowl to him, he should try another 2 or so if he really picked up that he's wearing that chest guard, to try him with another 2 short delivery to see if they can get a top edge, get him to pull and create a top edge there. Well, Pete add another wicket to his tally, 8 in the season so far. It's continuing from the Courtney Walsh end.
Bowling to Kevin Wickham, who I can remember in 2022, I think he made a century in one of those World Cup matches. I think it was against Zimbabwe. 2022 World Cup was played here in the region. He goes back to someone.
Yeah, he had made 104.
Clipped away. Someone goes about his business without any fanfare and any real energy, just ambles to the crease and has a repetition of his action. What he's doing well is that he's mixing up his pace. Not a big spinner of the ball by any means. That completes the 39th over at 95 for 3. And the scoring rate has been in check, under 2.5 runs per over.
Yeah, 39 overs gone, 5 extras. But Pete, even though you said he's not a big spin of the ball, he knows the areas to bowl in and the variation of deliveries. Wants the batters to make the mistakes. Derval Green, who is about to continue. Getting rid of Wickham or Brathwaite. Blackwood will really please with that. And to see if they can continue down the middle order of Barbados Pride. Try and at least try to get them out for maybe 150 and have a lead of 100 and
Short. Gets off the toe of the bat.
yeah, try to get them out for the 150 and have a big lead of 119 runs. See if they can get some runs from Walton, who didn't score much. He went for 5. And Carlos Brown and Kurt McKenzie to get some runs in and have the Barbados Pride to bat again before Saturday.
Too high. That should be a wide. It is called. That ballooned over the head of Wickham. Even a second, Wickham wouldn't get there.
No, yeah.
Easy runs there for Wickham. A vacant square leg region. Ticks over the score. It's now 97 for 3. A little bit surprised that Derval Green has bowled this short of a length so far since Lodge. Traditionally, he's more of a fuller type of bowler because he doesn't have the pace of a Shields. Short and cracked away to the man at point. Ramal Lewis, who is on the field.
I must say that it is Independence Day in St. Lucia. Maybe Keswick will have to make some calls to St. Lucia. No, he plays for that team in CPL.
Well, an attacking shot from Craig Brathwaite on a length. We haven't seen that all day. It's 118 balls into his knock. While Captain Jermaine Blackwood is bellowing to his troops to be patient. It's obvious who is winning that patience war so far. Really hammers his bat into the turf, Brathwaite. And he wants one because Shields is on his heels. That's bad cricket. But sensible running and batting from Craig Brathwaite to turn over the strike. And at the end of the 40th over, it's 98 for 3.
And sometimes for a batter, Jerome, that facing so many deliveries and you're just at 28, sometimes it creates some frustration for the batters. Sometimes they don't play the correct shot, leads them to see if they can try something and get them out. Do you think that is actually going through the head of Brathwaite?
I was going to say that he's just a different being. He's just built differently. He's willing to bat the entire day and make 50 and 60 and still feel comfortable with his worth. He has been doing this from ever since his name became a household name around the region. But nothing new, nothing surprising. I got a message from a friend who said, if this is the same rate that Brathwaite scores at, well, if he's translating the rate that he scores at in Test cricket to first class, and I'm saying it's going to be the same. This is how he bats, and the worst thing is that he's not really in the greatest form. So it's going to take more time. And every player is different. Every player has their strengths and their weaknesses. So it might not be acceptable to some in terms of his scoring rate. He's a very limited scorer in terms of where he gets his runs and how he grafts his scoring and how he picks out his areas. So if you're a limited scorer and you're short on confidence and form, you're always going to take that added time. And he has time because a lot of cricket is left to be played.
Or let me
The
put
100 comes up for the Barbados Pride, 101 for 3. And why I say there's a lot of cricket left to be played, the Scorpions, they have not yet batted a day in this competition.
Well, let me put in the mind of a coach, though. If you were the coach of Barbados and say, let's not put a curse on him, but if he gets out now at 29, facing 122 deliveries, what would your conversation be with him as a coach?
I think it's difficult for me to have a conversation with somebody who has 31st class centuries, but what I would say is probably back yourself some more. I'm not going to tell him to play any faster or try to score as quick as people want him to score. I'm telling him back yourself. You're better than the scores that you have produced so far. We know that, and we trust you. 102 for 3. And sometimes it's not about the outside noise as a coach as well. I'm speaking as if I'm a coach here, but
You're in the mind of one.
yeah, it's not as if people on the outside are always going to be critical, especially if they are not their favorite. So if Brathwaite was scoring 29 off 40 and he gets out, and Barbados are 102 for 5, he's still going to be criticized. If he's 29 from 132 and they're 102 for 5, he's still going to be criticized.
Same thing.
What he has to understand is that he has a role and he understands his game better than everybody else. For West Indies' sake and for West Indies cricket, you don't want your West Indies Test captain to be in a rut for a long time. So if it takes him a day and a half to get to a century, it's not just good for Barbados cricket, but for West Indies cricket as well.
To show that he can occupy the crease. Doesn't matter how many deliveries being faced.
And it's probably a lesson for some of the young players in the region as well. There's this sense of rush whenever they're batting. And you even see it, we have seen a couple of games here so far, and you see it in terms of the shot making, in terms of how some of the players have gotten dismissed. It's almost as if they're running out of time, and none of the games have gone to 4 days.
Yes.
That takes the edge. He was trying to drive that through the offside. It comes off the outer half of the bat, and Wickham gets into double figures. It's 11 from 16. And by no means I'm saying Craig Brathwaite's scoring rate is acceptable. But you have to understand the person that he is and understand that this is nothing new to him. Yeah. Someone might be watching and saying, but he is the West Indies opener, so he should be bullying the bowling, or he should be on top of the bowling. Yes, he could be.
Choose not to.
Takes the edge, drops short. Good delivery again from Green. A little bit fuller this time, and he came in towards the stumps. Wickham was on the move when he was playing that ball. Yes, he was. No balance, and he took the edge.
Drop just a little bit short of Blackwood. Who was that second slip. Chadwick Walton, who is at first slip. And what I noticed with Green, the minute he started bowling this morning, he knows where he's going to bowl all day. Outside of the stump, we saw him stray a little bit down the leg side for just a couple few deliveries. Well, if he can continue there, definitely a slip will get an edge, or even the keeper.
Consistent errors from Derval Green. Induced that edge just now. Even though Wickham was on the move, didn't go with hard hands, which means he's pushing at the ball. Still loosened the grip on the bat a little. Hence the ball didn't carry to Jermaine Blackwood, who was taking a couple of steps forward. Pleasant drive this time, but can't get beyond Leroy Lugg in the covers, and that completes the over. And it's 106 for 3. A wicket each for O.J. Shields, Derval Green, and Pete Salmon.
Yeah, they lost the first wicket at 17, the second one at 36, and the third one at 72. Wickham and Brathwaite trying to build another partnership. The one that was broken before, I think it was a 54 runs partnership. But it's Pete who's continuing here.
So Pete Salmon, it's going to continue. Another forward defensive shot from Craig Brathwaite. Not a shot in anger so far in this innings. Gets up now to his 30th run. And the longer Brathwaite bats, it's a bigger headache for Captain Jermaine Blackwood. And a player like Wickham, who is showing that aggressive side to his game, that intent that he's looking to score. If you have a partnership like that for a sustained period of time, the game can be taken away from you, because one end is sure in terms of not being breached, while the next end could be flowing runs. Goes for the sweep shot. Backward square is going to struggle to get there. He won't get there. That's a boundary to Kevin Wickham. Now you saw it from he arrived at the crease that he's a positive player. He's going to play his shots. That was badly lined though by Pete Salmon.
Yeah, it was going down the leg side. He really helped it to get a boundary. And as you said, one end will be secured. And I know that's the end of Brathwaite. Wickham is going to be the aggressor now, or will be the aggressor.
Clipped away again, and Lugg is going to struggle. He's not going to stop that today. That's another boundary, back to complete the over. Nicely timed, and he just went with the angle of the ball. Kevin Wickham, no deep mid wicket. And that's easy runs once he got it between Mansingh and Lugg. and takes the score up to 115 for 3 at the end of over number 43s. And Wickham, he's up to 19, while his captain is 30.
Yeah, he said Wickham won't stop back today, won't stop it either tomorrow. But Wickham, he's definitely playing positively and confidently. He's going to get some runs under his belt here at Sabina Park. The bowlers will have to create a plan to see how they can get rid of either Brathwaite or Wickham before Wickham gets too settled there.
Derval Green is going to continue. Easy paced wicket here at Sabina Park. Tends to be on the second day. Jamil Warwick actually said that 269 was below par, based on what he saw yesterday, that it was a very difficult wicket to bowl on because it was flat. Didn't really have a lot of assistance after the first hour. And it was evident because Romain Morris, who got 97, was able to. That's Craig Brathwaite's trademark, too wide. Flashes it away, backward of point for 4. And this is what happens when you bat long. You're going to get loose balls at some point. And he gets his first boundary after lunch and takes the score up to 34.
Well, if only the batters of the Scorpion, if they had applied patience yesterday, they could have gotten more than the 269. For a man who picked up 5 wickets, to say that 269 runs is below par, there is really something in the pitch for the batters once they be patient, and Brathwaite is displaying that right now. He faced 128 deliveries. He's on 34. And I don't think he's going to throw away his wicket carelessly.
Question asked of Brathwaite, why is he scoring so slowly? And he said, I need some runs. It's obvious that it's weighing on his mind and it's weighing on his shoulders. Literally just responded to one of the fielders saying that so it's gonna be a difficult haul for the Scorpions. I said I would almost classify it as a placid wicket. There's nothing happening off the surface. And that's worked away to another area that Brathwaite scores a lot of his runs. Fine leg. 120 now for 3. And that's what pride does as well. It shows you that his failures do mean something to him.
Mm-hmm.
You have to. Well, he's being watched by the West Indies Test coach, by the way. He's here. Andre Coley. Sat in the same seat from 10:15 this morning. That completes the 44th over at 120 for 3.
That's a long time to be in the same seat there.
I think it's easy for him, actually, seeing that he's a coach of a professional team. It'd be easy for him to sit and make his notes. Almost sure that he's watching other players as well, because he was at Kensington last week for the Volcanoes and the Pride game. The first week he was, there he is on the screen. I don't think he wants us to see him eating 2 lunches though. But he was at Sabina Park the very first week for the clash between the Volcanoes and the Scorpions.
Mm-hmm.
So watch a lot of cricket, and I understand that the lead selector, Desmond Haynes, is in St. Kitts, or was in St. Kitts for the first couple of rounds. That one takes the outer half of the bat.
And these two batters, they're really finding the available areas to get runs, even if they don't get the boundaries, they get in ones and twos. Says they're not just soaking up deliveries, they're trying to score off deliveries.
Better field this. In and out field. When they say in and out, attacking around the bat, and there's protection deep. Straightens on Craig Brathwaite. Still believe that Pete Salmon is bowling a little bit too quickly for my liking. Reaches forward, does Craig Brathwaite. So I was mentioning the West Indies team. I think their next series is in July. Which will be followed by a series against South Africa. And the July series, I think, is against England, followed by the South Africa series, and there will also be an A-team series running concurrently while that test series is going on.
And this is where Brathwaite will want to get back in shape and play other games to come. The over comes to an end. 45 overs completed. The score is 122 for 3. 6 extras from the Scorpions bowlers.
Going to be another change in bowling.
Gas. Peter.
That looks like O.J. Shields.
Hello.
Bowled a couple of overs this morning. And got the wicket off Shane Mosley. It was a very low shot. One that I think he will not look back on with great memories. Goes backward of point.
You're bringing back O.J. Shields now. The aim is to see, with the speed that he has, if he can pick up a wicket. But Brathwaite is very watchful, faced Shields already in the first session. So he knows what Shields can deliver, and he's going to play very careful. But I'm thinking how Wickham is going to play Shields.
Met by the middle of Craig Brathwaite's bat. He has faced 138 balls. And by my count, I think he has batted more than half the deliveries in this innings.
As I said earlier, he's in no rush. Been at the crease from yesterday.
272 balls bowled. He has faced 138 of them. And that's probably the best thing for Barbados because he's worked that one into the mid-wicket region. Goes up to 38. He was thinking about 2.
Making signal to the dressing room that he needs some water and the towel. It's hot out there.
Raps Wickham on the pad. Stifled appeal. That was never going to be given out.
Sometime in cricket, though, Jerome, even though you know that it won't be given, sometimes you have to make an appeal. You may never know what will happen.
Thuds into the side guard of Wickham. Could hear the sound from up here. Another leg by added to the total. It's 125 now for 3. It's not seen a short delivery to Craig Brathwaite all day. They've tried to trap him on the crease. Full and fast. Taken down the leg side by the wicket keeper. And that ends the 46th over at 125 for 3. So I was saying they have tried the tactic of trying to have him caught on the crease, squaring him up on the crease to deliveries that move away from him. One of the ways that he has struggled with. Over his career, a long career by the way. Into his 13th year of test match cricket. Doesn't look as if he's been around that long. Craig Brathwaite, he's 31 years old. He's born in the best month of the year, by the way, which is December.
Why?
All good things happen in December.
Such as?
I was born in December. I think that was obvious. I don't know if I was supposed to state that, but that was well obvious. I didn't need to say it.
Well, that is one thing. You say good things.
That one is still looking for a run there is Wickham.
The batters, they will have to try. They need a miracle now, Jerome, to get a wicket. You said nothing is happening for them. They need a miracle to get rid of Brathwaite or Wickham. I wonder who will get that miracle, though, whether it be Pete or Shields.
Trying to build some dots here, someone. Partnership of 34 from 60 2 deliveries. Goes for the paddle, comes off the pad. It looks like it's gonna go into the boundary. Well, it says runs, the umpire. So that's 24 now to Kevin Wickham and 129 for 3 to close out the 47th over. That was badly lined though. Yeah, it came off the bat. Ran away into the boundary. Jermaine Blackwood gave up the chase pretty early.
Yeah, even though Blackwood is quick, he know that he couldn't catch that back.
So it's always about partnerships and batting as a pair. If you just tuned in and watched and you saw the strike rate or the balls faced by Brathwaite, you'll be thinking he's batting the team into a hole here. But then when you see the partnership between the two, even though obviously Wickham is the dominant scorer because he has 24 of 34, the partnership is 39 from 64.
Before she started to bowl, Jermaine Blackwood had a chat with him. Wonder what did he say? Try and get the edge of Wickham or Brathwaite, whichever will be on strike at all times. Try to peel the edge.
Good pace, but not good enough for Brathwaite. He came inside the line pretty early and got it to the right of fine leg. Went away fine and into the boundary. That's bread and butter for Craig Brathwaite. And takes him ever so closely to a half century. He's into the 40s. He's 42 now. Yeah, 64 of those in first class cricket. See that the energy is coming into whatever shot he plays now. See a flight coming into the Norman Manley International Airport. That's going to be more runs. Two of them the most. Because Pete Salmon gets in the way. That's 44 now to Craig Brathwaite.
Seems as if he's going to step up things here now. Inching closer to that half century. And I know he would want to go beyond the half century if he gets there.
Looks well set now.
Well, must be. Yesterday, before the close of play, he faced 19 deliveries. Resumed this morning, soaked up 145 deliveries. Now he's way set.
goes for a drive. And that completes the 48th over. Derval Green misfielded that one. No chance of a run. And that completes the over at 135 for 3. Craig Brathwaite, 44 from 146. And Kevin Wickham, he's on 24. 1 wicket in the session so far for the Scorpions. It was fortuitous. Going to Pete Salmon as the ball trickled onto the stumps to dislodge Jonathan Drakes. After the ball came off the flop of his pad onto his elbow, then off his groin region, and then just rolled onto the off stump. I've never seen something like that before. It's going to be a bowling change. Abhijay Mansingh. And with the bowling change comes a commentary change as well. Kesrick Williams will be the next voice you hear after this delivery.
So Mansingh takes over from Pete Salmon. And Jermaine is trying everything to try and break this partnership. Barbados, they still trail by another 134 runs here, Keswick. With Brathwaite, he's on 44 from 146 deliveries. Kevin Wickham, he's on 24 from 35.
Good to be back in the com box after some well-needed lunch. Had a chill out in the breakout room for a bit. Now I'm back to see Kevin Wickham. I've been a lot of talks about this young man over the last year or so in regards to West Indies cricket and the future of West Indies cricket. He has joined his skipper, Craig Brathwaite, and really take up the mantle in terms of scoring. Over the years, hearing about him, he's really a free scorer. Comes from Market Hill, St. George's. Went to Cuthbert Moore Primary School and Grantley Adams Secondary School. And that one swept. Didn't really control it though. It was aerial for a while, but in a safe spot. Picked up 2 though. So he has played for Barbados Royals in the last CPL. He's also a wicket keeper. There was a bit of spin.
And he's in good form. Keswick picked up 139 runs.
He also plays for the Empire Cricket Club in Barbados.
Overboard.
Few guys in the squad play for Empire Cricket Club. And that's the end of the over. 140. Sorry for 3.
Come on, boys. Keep pulling hard, boys. Not gonna be easy, boys. Not gonna be easy, boys.
Well, you can hear it downstairs from the fielders saying to the others to say, come on, it's not going to be easy for us. We have to work for another wicket, try and not to be complacent here, try and create an opportunity to see if we can break this partnership, because there are 2 good batters at the crease. One is in form. We know that one end is secure, as Jerome said, by Brathwaite. Even though he soaked up so many deliveries, 147, he is on 45, still climbing up the ladder. And I know that the Pride coach will be okay with that once they're still getting runs. They have the entire day to bat. It's a 4-day tournament. They have until Saturday, so they can bat as long as they want to. So now knowing that you used to be a bowler, Keswick, and being out there in the sun hot just like this here and not getting any wickets, do you think if you were out there, he would have created some frustration for you?
Bowling to a player like Craig Bartlett on a whole can create a little bit of frustration. Soaks up a lot of deliveries. Sort of weigh you down as a bowler. Doesn't really give away his wickets. You have to really dig deep and work hard to get a player like Craig Bartlett out. There's no surprises that he has over 10,000 first-class runs. So he understands his cricket. He understands where he wants to score. A lot of people may think that he's very limited, but at the end of the day, you play what you see, you play what you're good at, and that's how you score runs. So that's the thing, he understands his cricket. So he's the type of player that will frustrate you, but the most important thing is playing first-class cricket and then getting to that other level of test cricket. You have to understand that as a fast bowler, the skipper may look to you to give him minimum at least 15 overs in a day if you feel for the entire day. You just have to come in, hit your errors, do what you're supposed to do, stay consistent. And when you meet a guy like Craig Bartlett, don't be surprised that you may have to dig deeper.
Yeah, and the one word they hear the captain continue to say to the bowlers is just being patient. Patient is the word for the day of for Blackwood. We were talking about how Wickham is wearing a chest guard. I only saw where Derval tried him with the short ball. If they can try him again with 2 or 3 deliveries to see if they can get a top edge, try to break the partnership.
Good to see him coming into first-class cricket and scoring hundreds as well. A lot was said about him around the Caribbean. Full delivery. Missing out on that one. Stifled appeal.
That missed the bat completely. It's a long and hot day here at Sabina Park. I think the conversation is just remain focused, try not to lose concentration here.
I think the most important thing here for Jamaica to really do is not to lose focus, and another thing is not to pay too much of attention to Craig Bartlett alone, because he's not gonna damage you. But Kevin Wickham can. He's a fast scorer, so Craig really would occupy the crease while you have Kevin Wickham and these guys come in and bat around him. So he would occupy the crease, knowing as well that he's not in much of a form or anything like that. So he would occupy the crease to try pick some form, and he's due some runs. And we know whenever he score, he do go big.
Well, it's drinks break now. 50 overs gone. It's 142 for 3.
We're back here at the Sabina Park after a well-needed drinks break, especially in this heat here. Abijay Mansing has the ball in hand now, would do work for his skipper Jeremy Blackwood. Starts with a straightish, sealing it off. And cover. He has a long off. Extra cover on point. Guy standing at sealing it on and long on. No fine leg. Deep square leg. And the skipper himself at slit.
Surprisingly, we haven't seen the skipper take the ball yet. We saw him in the game against CCC.
Also have to remember that in that game, there were bowlers short in Minley. So he had no choice. I think the time when he come on was a bit questionable, but at the end of the day, he did deliver a good spell. Bowled about 6 overs or so on a shot for less than 10 runs. That one badly lined. Kevin Wickham did not miss out. Beautifully swept for 4.
We saw many times when Pete Salmon strayed down the leg side, that's the shot he played to get the boundary. And that was a bad line there from Mansing. Haven't seen him in his groove yet. Once he's stray, he's going to be punished.
The thing about Mansing is that he bowls well, but he bowls well in patches. And at this level, bowling well in patches will not do the job for you. It's all about consistency. Yes, I know that leg spin is an art that is really hard to master, but to be at this level and bowling leg spin, there must be some sort of control that you should show to make us, the commentators or other people are wrong, understand that you know what you're doing. But ever so often he strays down the leg side, or he's a bit too short. Down the leg side again, and that is easy peasy, as my niece will say for Craig. Easy peasy lemon squeeze. As long as you're on the line of leg stump, it's easy picking for him. Score bulk of his runs there, even at the test level. That's the end of the over.
Yeah, 51 overs gone, 149 for 3. 7 extras from the bowler. McCaskey, he's gone. So that dismissal there for Jonathan Jakes. Wasn't aware where the ball was and went on back to the stump just after lunch. Kevin Wickham, he's on 34 from 46. And you pointed that out earlier before the drinks break, that Wickham, he's going to be the aggressor, while Brathwaite would just keep security at the other end while he picked up his 1s and 2s. If he get the boundary, he will take it. But definitely Wickham, with the form that he's in, he's going to attack the bowlers, get runs. You see that already, very confident and positive there. 34 from 46. Pete Salmon being brought back in the attack. And we saw where in the first game, Keswick, when Windward Island, when they were batting and They were at 210 and they built a wonderful partnership. You see, Blackwood, he tried everything, and when he brought on both spinners, that's when they got the breakthrough, and that's what he's trying to do here. Brought back Pete Salmon in the attack now.
But to be honest with you, Pete Salmon has been picking up wickets. He's known for that, so they would need somebody to try to tie things down. Not saying that they're scoring, but obviously a lot of pressure, and this could be close. But Gregory Bradford with the good eyes. I think he visited a doctor this morning.
2020 vision.
You can see from afar, Gregory. But good running from the guys. A little bit of indecision, but at the end of the day, they're comforting. Kevin Wickham, a young man as well. He should be fit. Getting down to the other side of the crease shouldn't be an issue. Gregory Bradford mentioning some stuff to the skipper, Chadwick Walton, something that we don't want to mention, but
Yeah, and Pete Salmon switch ends here. He was bowling from the Courtney Walsh end, where he picked up the wicket after lunch. Now he's bowling from the Michael Holding end. That's where he picked up most of his wickets in this season. So maybe he tells the captain, listen, just give me that switch back to Michael Holding end and maybe I can produce a wicket.
Like that no, Peter. Like that no, Peter. Come on. Catch him, bad. Carlos.
that's one thing he does well is maintain that line and length. They don't have the shot again, just a leg slip. Chadwick Walton in that leg slip. He's actually a little bit wider than usual, Chadwick Walton, and that's because of the purchase that Salmon is getting from the pitch.
Catch him, oh yes, oh yes. Oh yes.
Yeah, must point out that Craig Brathwaite, he's on 49.
Keep working hard, boys.
Here Chadwick Walton saying just bowl some maidens. But you would want to bowl maiden and at least picked up a wicket or two.
Run him out down.
Well, there's always a process in terms of getting wickets. Getting wickets is not just a thing where you turn up and just out anyone. And to a guy like Craig Bradford, especially when he's not in form, and that's the end of the over, 151 for Chi. With a man like Craig Bradford, when he's not in form, he just tends to get a little bit harder, especially at this level, to get him out, because he preserves his wicket a lot better.
Yeah, and even though we know that he's struggling, but he's not going to sell his wicket cheaply at all. He's going to stay there and try to accumulate runs, even if it takes him a day and a half to do so. You really have to work for his wicket.
A lot of guys directing traffic out there as Carlos Brown left the field. Ramal Lewis, we have seen him a lot on the field for not even for this game, for the other games as well. Because the last game, Minley was off for most of the game, so he had to do the 12-man duty. the game against Windwards, a lot of guys walked off, and they were off because of medical reason in terms of getting a little strap here, strap there. So he was on for a lot of the time. And now he's back onto the field again. This is probably his 4th time for the day.
Well, Mansing gets away with that delivery. We saw him bowl one like those, and he was dispatched to the boundary. Wickham didn't get it.
That one full, just punched down the ground, down to long on. Just a single though.
He moves on to 36. Well, the Brathwaite is on 51, according to the adjustment of the score.
Quick run. Good running though. Get there very easy in the end. He's chugging along pretty nicely. Here, Kevin Wickham. Chip down the gong, punch. Really well played. Wouldn't get 4, but it's just how clean he looks playing that shot. He has good access to the ball. The transfer in weight as well. Really well played. Elegant, this young man. Moves on to 38.
And he plays that one with some authority.
Swept that one. This looks pretty close. I would like to see that again. Just want to look where it pitched. Looks pretty close from here. I would love to see that again. I'm guessing he thinks that it pitched outside the line of the leg stump. This looks pretty good to me.
Well, in my opinion, I would say it was drifting down the legs.
Leg spinner. In real time, it would look like it's probably missing off stump, but from the looks of things here, that doesn't look like it's pitching outside leg to me at all. But the umpire decision is final. My job is to sit here and somewhat analyze the game and talk about the game. His job is to send guys up and he dictates what happens on the pitch, and that's his job.
Yeah, he controls what happened on the field.
Looks pretty close to me. Really, really good shout. Don't think it pitched outside the line of the leg stump. I don't think so. Again, another ball being turned down to short fine leg. As Pete Salmon, asks for the leg slip. Abijay Mansing is there now. That one tugs down to square leg. And that brings up another 4 for Craig Brathwaite. You can't get too short. Still think that she should be coming from over the wicket.
It was way too short with that delivery. And he's going to take that. That was a gift being short for Brathwaite.
my God, what's happened to her again? Oh, yes. Come on, Peter. Catch him.
And again, but this time behind square. Retrieved by Kirk McKenzie. Only could get two this time. The first one was more in front. But this one was tucked behind square. Just two though.
Yeah, they trail by another 106, and it's the first time I've seen the run rate goes up to 3. It is at 3.05. 6 runs from the over so far. Can hear Carlos Brown telling Pete not to be short.
Keep working, boys.
Comes back over. I think he's listening to me.
Hey.
The thing about coming from a wrong, you have to be a really good spinner. Like you have to be really turning the ball. And coming from a wrong, it's the ball will most likely go straight across. Craig Bradford.
Yeah, 54 overs completed here. 163 for 3. Still trailing by another 106 runs. Just 6 runs coming from that over from Pete Salmon. He bowled 16 overs, 72 dots, and 41 runs coming from it. Trying to create a chance here. I'm wondering if this over from Mansing can create that chance for Jamaica Scorpions. Captain Brathwaite, he's on 58 from 163 delivers. Kevin Wickham, he's on 38 from 53.
That one a little bit too straight again. Kevin Wickham easily swept down to back with a square. But as I was mentioning, Kimberly, Pete was coming from a wrong. The first delivery from a wrong, he get pulled through, well, in front of square for 4. And the second one was pulled again behind square, just 2. But it would always be easier. It will always be easier coming from around the wicket as an off spinner to bowl to a right-hander. And then again, there's chance in that if you pitch the ball on off stump or on middle stump and it goes across, you have no point.
Right.
That's an easy cut shot. That's an easy punch in front of point or cut behind point, and that's 4. But if you're coming over without point, you have the leg slip, you have the short leg. Pitching it down and off, spinning in, getting that extra bounce, there's always a chance it can go to leg slip or short leg. That one was full. That could go for 4 to the gap at mid-wicket. Pete had no chance of stopping that one. Another 4 to Craig Bradwitt. For the last 6 deliveries or so to Craig Bradwitt, we have seen him sort of put a little bit of pep into his scoring. And I'm pretty sure that the Barbados backroom staff, the coaches would be very happy and pleased with what's going on here now. Chairman and selector for the Barbados prize, Mr. Leslie, father of Leslie Reefer, who's also an umpire here in the Caribbean. He's presently in ILT20 over there in Dubai. Well, that just finished. Mumbai Indians Emirates won it this year, making Kieran Pollard and Dwayne Bravo, two of the most successful T20 players around the world, winning the most championship. I think Kieran Pollard is at 17 and Bravo is on 16. It's tremendous work. T20 legends. But that's the end of the over. Pride is 169 for 3.
I wonder what the discussion is between the officials there for the Barbados Pride.
Usually about cricket. Probably talking about when Vassie used to play here in Jamaica, when Ryan Hines played here in Jamaica. That's usually the conversation between these guys. It's never really about planning what's going on in the game. It's always about what they used to do back in their day, how good they were, how much they enjoy playing first class cricket. Ryan Hines obviously played for West Indies as well. Pedro Collins, who is with CCC.
Something is going to happen, boys.
And then Fastball Jakes,
Something is going to happen,
who's
fellas.
here now with Barbados.
Keep working, boys.
Yeah, they just trailed
Keep
by
loving
another
50 boys,
100
come on.
runs now, 169 for 3.
Something is going to happen. Something is going to happen, Pete. Oh, yes.
Can hear the
Yeah,
voice of
boys.
the keeper.
Working, Pete.
Morris says he know that something is going to happen. Keep working, Pete. That's Pete Salmon.
Right now, Pete, like I'm in business now. Yeah. Oh, yes, no, Pete. Ball game start. Ball game start now, Pete. Ball game start now, Pete. Pete, you never know when you get 60 like a final ball too. Catch him, no.
It will run away to the boundary, to the fine leg boundary. Another 4 added to the total of Craig Brathwaite. He moves up to 67 now. Once he's straight down the leg side, that is what's going to happen. So that with a couple deliveries from Munsing and Pete. Another 96 runs. The Barbados trail by another 96 runs now. Craig Brathwaite moves up to, I think that should be 66.
Oh, yes, Pete, man. Yes, Peter. Yes, Peter.
Keep going.
Why Jamaica take that? Why Jamaica? What of all the teams? Why Jamaica?
Say good afternoon to Kashane McDaniel.
Hey, yo! Woo!
Keeper seems to love that from Pete Salmon.
Oh, yes, boys! Hey, yeah. Done, tricky ball. Well done.
After today,
Oh, yes. Ball game start now.
Pete will
Ball game
definitely
start now,
sit
fellas.
down
Come on.
and say, I did bowl to a test player today. He's going to cherish this moment for the rest of his life.
Hey, don't do that.
He will cherish this moment. You don't normally see that at the first class level. Is it sweaty out there?
I would think so. It's hot. I think he was about to bowl the quicker one to Craig Brathwaite here.
Have you ever seen it? I've seen it a lot. I've seen it from one of my good friends, Alfred Gould, who lives in Canada now.
Oh, yes, Pete.
No,
yes,
and
yes,
this
yes.
it was a regular occurrence. It wasn't every 2-3 games. It was a regular occurrence in games. But that brings the end of the over. It's 174 for 3.
You in the cup?
All right. Yeah.
So Mansing is continuing. A mixed bag so far from the leg spinner. And 9.1 overs, none for 40. Kevin Wickham looks so comfortable at the crease. Hammers it to Walton.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Foster, is that he's living up to expectation.
Yeah.
This guy, Kevin Wickham. So many talks about him over the last year or so. And so far, he came into the first class season, well, first game this year against the CCC.
Yeah.
He blasted 100. And not just 100, 139.
He goes for a sweep because that was badly lined. And he gets a single. He does play that sweep shot very well. He loves it, he favors it. And he followed up that 139 with another innings where Barbados were reeling at 34 for 4, and he got to 74.
So far, he has been living up to expectation.
Yeah.
Start seeing comments going around about getting him on the flight for England, but it's not from me, folks. It's just comments that's flying around the Caribbean. I'm just a messenger.
What you want him to do is score more hundreds.
That's what you want. You want him to start converting these starts, firstly into 50s, and then start converting these 50s into hundreds.
Yeah. The 57th over is concluded at 175 for 3, and you want him to have that large appetite
To score runs.
to score runs. And once that happens, similar to what we're seeing from Craig Brathwaite, it might not be flashy, but he knew coming into this game that runs are a must for him. And once Wickham gets to that stage where he can develop that mindset, where he knows that he has to score big runs and big runs very often, not just for Barbados, it makes life even better for regional fans. And we can look forward to someone who could become a dependable player. What you don't want is the hype and the expectations, and then he's satisfied with getting 39 and 40s.
Some players get satisfied with the hype as well.
Yeah. Pleasant drive down to long on.
That's one thing I like about him. He has a nice, cool, calm demeanor about him. But then with that, there's positivity.
Have a couple of observations. I went downstairs to watch the last 40 minutes or so to see, just to get a feel of what's happening on the field from outside. I must tell you that what Pete Salmon is operating with this field, I'm not happy with the field. He gave away about 16 or 17 easy runs to Brathwaite. I'm going to explain why. There's a leg slip and there's a short leg. And there's a man backward of square, short, but there's no deep backward square. The man at short backward square, I don't think he's going to affect the game any point at all. Because a quick single there. I don't think Brathwaite is going to play an attacking shot and get caught at short backward square because he's not sweeping the ball. He hasn't swept the ball all day. So that position becomes redundant to me as the 58th over comes to an end at 177 for 3. So the 3 boundaries that were hit, almost square leg, backward of square, almost fine leg. that man that is short should have been positioned at the backward square boundary. Because you do have a man at leg slip who is an attacking option. So if he's going to flinch or work a ball short and it pops up, he's the man that is going to be in play.
Normally does.
Exactly. He's going to be the man in play. I think the Scorpions got tied up in the process that they're not getting any wickets and they're going to be hunting wickets. But in that process, they can't be giving away runs to a man who is looking for runs. And to compound the matter, Pete Salmon was bowling round the wicket. So almost a certainty that LBW candidacy was ruled out. And then for Man Singh, he hasn't scored a run to mid-on. But there's a long on.
Craig is never gonna. The thing is, for me, you would definitely have to. Craig don't really sweep the ball, and he haven't swept it all game. When he sweeps the ball is when he's in really good form. For me, having a man probably at under 45, it's not really ideal for a leg spinner, but the fact that Mansing ever so often strays down the leg side, and then with Craig, anything too straight or down the leg side, that's 4 or definite 1.
Yeah.
So if he can block up these little scoring errors, which he would usually score, put pressure on him, make him do something out of the ordinary, which he rarely does. If they can have him blocking as long as possible, which it would create pressure on the other batter. Because yes, it's 4-day cricket, but we're going into tea, and he only has 68 of 185 balls. So if they can have him block more, it's going to only create pressure on the other batters because they would have to score.
Yeah. And the partnership has gone up to 86. 177 for 3. So it's not blaming anyone or criticizing anyone. It's just that in the moment, I know that the captain is searching for answers and is looking for the best possible ways to get a wicket. And because his bowlers have been inconsistent in terms of his spinners, more so Man Singh than Salmon, I think Blackwood got caught up in the situation where he's trying to protect while hunting and ended up just gifting runs to Craig Brathwaite, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. So this field that Wickham has, with a straightish mid-on, a short straight mid-on, and a mid-wicket, well played that very late, cut it off the stumps. Really, it's a dangerous shot, but so confident is Wickham that he's seeing everything as a scoring opportunity and takes him up to 43.
That shows how much of a confident player he is. He can score and score off the good deliveries as well. And that's something that we were talking about a lot in Super 50 last year, is that batters in the Caribbean, we tend to do so well against bad deliveries that we forget that whenever we get good deliveries, we can score off of them as well.
Worked away.
One up.
Looking too. I don't think they're going to get that to Ramal Lewis, who is a very good fielder. He's a substitute, by the way.
So it was a discussion of how batters handle the second power play in Super 50 and we find that a lot of batters, they don't really score off
Working, boys.
good deliveries. And that is why a lot of teams are ahead of us.
Ball, Pete, ball.
Guys like Virat Kohli and Joe Root and Kane Williamson, these guys find ways to score off good deliveries. Joe Root is one of those guys who, if you're consistently bowling that line on top of off, some people will find a way to get it down to third man.
Oh, yes. No, love.
Well, he has
So
found,
that's-
he has improvised and he's found a different way. He's now reverse scooping.
So that's something now that we in the Caribbean have to adapt. Not just scoring off bad deliveries, but also learn how to score off good deliveries as well. That will just only improve our strike rates in ODI cricket. Our boundary percentage is good, but it's just learning how to get the ball off the square when it's a good ball.
Yeah. I agree. And it's obvious that if Brathwaite bats through the day, he's going to get a century, regardless of the strike rate, which is another learning curve for young players around the region. Flighted delivery in the air and it's dropped. That was a chance. Carlos Brown flung himself to his right. It was a tough one. But because of what he has done so far this season, he will feel a little bit disappointed. He got there.
Really good delivery. Sort of lure him into the drive as well. Didn't really control it, Kevin Wickham.
I'm gonna see the replay here. Yeah.
He did get to it. Get close enough to it as well, but just couldn't really keep it on the ground.
And he pulls that one away, forward of square. Gonna take some doing to stop. Shields did well. 182 now for 3. And that was the moment that the Scorpions were hoping for, on the cusp of a break.
They did set the field and create that opportunity.
2 catching covers. Gets a single.
Chadwick Walton and Abhijay Mansingh. Just a single though.
Great.
Always looking for 2.
I told you, he's just a bundle of energy. He's always busy, he's always on the hunt.
And that's what you want. Guys who are hungry for runs. Greedy, hungry. Do not want to settle for less when they could get more. Should I take a pillow for Craig outside?
He will carry this pitch with him to his hotel.
The way how he looks comfortable, he looks like he wants to lie down out there.
Yeah. Short. And just hit to Carlos Brown to complete the 61st over at 183 for 3. And Mansingh, a little bit disappointed after creating the chance. But it wasn't taken by Brown. It was not an easy chance by any stretch of the imagination. But the fact that he got 2 hands to it, felt as if he should have taken it. Pete Salmon will continue. Scorpions have bowled 54 overs so far today.
40 minutes to tea, boys. Let's bring one to tea, fellas.
Short. Wickham is going to get closer to 50. Which would be a 3rd such score.
You did mention if Craig bat for the day, he would definitely get to 100. Honestly, think if we come back for the end of the day as well, he would definitely get to 100
Without
as well.
a shadow of a doubt.
Working
Based on the
boy.
rate that he's scoring at.
That would be something that Scorpions would like.
Ah,
Keep going, Pete. Keep going, keep going, keep
And
going.
this is a partnership that looks very, very threatening.
working boys. Catch him.
But the line again is going to take some doing for Ramon Lewis. He's quick. Did extremely well. And Brathwaite is into the 70s now. 186 for 3. And the runs have started to flow now for the right-hander since getting to that 50-run mark.
Guess he's getting into stride now. They do not, because the thing about Craig is that it takes a while to get going. And the
Easy
thing is
single.
that whenever he gets going and he scores big. And he's really due some runs, so I'm pretty sure that the Scorpions would be looking at him really closely because he's one that knows how to score 100 at this level.
30 of them.
Kevin Wickham may not understand as yet how to score runs at this level or understand his game enough to know how he's going to go about scoring runs at this level. As you mentioned, he's just a bag of joy, and at this moment he will just play what he sees. He would present more opportunities to the Scorpions.
Bundle of potential. Has energy at 188 for 3. But what you can see is a mature approach. He came in, was assertive, realized that Brathwaite was the mainstay and carrying the team to a position where they can get comfortable and really threaten the Scorpions' first innings total.
Well, when you look at how they have been playing Barbados, Craig is always used as the mainstay, and everybody else will come in and bat around him.
I agree. And I think it's the same, well, really the same thing for him in the West Indies team. And he relishes these opportunities. And Wickham clips it away. It's going to be a 50. See if it's 51. It is. Third such score this season. He has 100 already to his name. And he's putting his name into that bag where the selectors can look at him and say he's a potential candidate to be in one of the West Indies teams. 51 from 74 balls. Driven down to long off. Hundred-run partnership as well for the Pride. And there's so much for them to be proud of today.
Yes.
He's through the gap again. They have been picking the gaps really nicely now.
That's over Bulls.
It's the end of another over. Score is 192 for 3. For the last 2 games, we have been going to 3 days of cricket.
Keep working, boys. Keep working, boys.
Not that we're saying that we're happy, but because we would want to see it go into 4 days of cricket. But we're definitely sure that this one will go into the 4th day here, Foster. As we see a change of bowling. Bit of a surprise. He will tell you don't be surprised because he usually call himself the best leg spinner in the world. Not too sure about that, Chadwick Walton. But if he picks up a wicket here, then we probably wouldn't stop hearing about it for the rest of the year. But Chadwick Walton is with ball in hand.
He's bowling wrist spin. Craig Brathwaite is up to 73 now. Getting closer to a break. Only 6 minutes away. Scorpions are desperate for a wicket.
Boys!
Partnership is over 100 between Wickham and Brathwaite. 3 runs here for Wickham, a full toss. The Barbados Pride, as Jamel Warrican said yesterday, just need to set out their stalls and bat because it's a placid wicket. And there's a loud appeal here. Umpire Williams says not out. I think that was the very first sweep shot from Craig Brathwaite.
That's something that we have seen all day from him.
It's outside the lane of the leg stump. Almost as if it came off the toe of the bat as well.
For him to even get a shout is impressive. Causing a bit of problem, are you, Walton?
Working, boys!
Telling you, we won't hear the end of this, Foster. If he picks up a wicket here.
Especially of Brathwaite, who carves that one out to deep point. 195 now for 3. As Brathwaite said moments after lunch that he needs some runs in a discussion with one of the close infielders. Well, the Scorpions bowlers are serving up runs to them. As Wickham gets another run and takes it to 196 for 3. Run rate is 105. That is a partnership, I beg your pardon.
And that's the end of the over. End of the first Chadwick Walton over. Just 4 runs off of that. The score is 196 for 3.
Mansingh is continuing. Runs are coming easily here for the pair of Kevin Wickham and Craig Brathwaite. He's up to 56 now, 198 for 3. Mansing into his 14th over.
Well watched by Kevin Wickham.
I think
He looks a
yeah.
compact player. If he can score hundreds and half centuries at will without understanding his batting fully as yet, whenever he gets to that stage,
Caresses that one out to deep cover. And the Bajans get closer to 200. Brathwaite has shown his experience here. Grinding down the bowlers. The Jamaica team batted 78.4 overs yesterday. The Pride there into the 65th over of their innings. Still 7 wickets in hand. Craig Brathwaite has faced over 200 deliveries now. That's an easy single. And the 200 comes up for the Pride. They are 200 for 3. And after last week's batting performance, they're trying to correct the wrongs. Didn't make 200 at all last week in 2 innings. And T is called by the umpire Gregory Brathwaite. That's the 65th over of the innings. The 58th of the day. And Craig Brathwaite started with the very first over last night. He's still there. A long, long vigil continues with 75 from 202 balls. Kevin Wickham, another score over 50 in this season's competition. He has 57 from 81. And the two have shared in a 109-run fourth wicket stand. And put Barbados in a dominant position at this point, or in a strong position, if you prefer that term. The Scorpions have been worked hard in this session. Only 1 wicket, and that is off Jonathan Drakes, who was bowled in the most unusual fashion. That wicket went to Pete Salmon, so no other success for the Scorpions. The Pride, they trailed by only 69 and will resume after tea at 200 for 3.
We're back at Sabina Park. Barbados Pride in pursuit here of 69 or so runs. They're trailed behind. Kevin Wickham is at the crease with skipper Craig Brathwaite. Kevin Wickham is on 57 and Craig Brathwaite is on 75. As I did mention, they're trailed behind by 69 runs. So the first thing that they have to do is get that 69 runs, and then they could start to put a lead on. Craig Brathwaite chugging along nicely on 75. A lot of balls. But he's usually the mainstay for the Barbados Pride. Everybody comes in and they batter wrong him. Kevin Wickham passing the another half century mark. Looking really impressive in this year's regional 4-day championship. What do you think about him, Kimberly?
Yeah, he's really been dominant in the series so far, or in the season, for a youngster. And 57 from 81, and as you rightfully say, they will have to just try and get that 69 out of the way and try to put another 200. I know that that's the aim for them, to try and at least get at least 200. We have tomorrow and we have Saturday, and try to put back the Scorpions in and see how best they can bowl them down to get that points again. But they will need another 50 runs there to get a batting point. But it's a start over for them. At the end of, or at the beginning of every session is a new innings here for the batters. Craig, he's on 75. Wickham, he's on 57. 200 on the board. I'm wondering what was the conversation in the dressing room of the Scorpions at the tea break. But this is 105 runs partnership here, Keswick.
At the end of the day, you would say, even though Craig is batting in the manner in which he's batting, players like Kevin Wickham is picking up the slack. That's the first delivery, just a bit too straight from Gordon O'Brien. Just a single though. Down to Pete Salmon, who's fixed down at backward square leg.
Yeah, and it's the first. Gordon O'Brien been coming back after the first session before lunch. He was rested after lunch. Now, I think they said that he's well rested, so he's good to go now. In the third session here for the day's play.
Well, looking at Craig, he looks a little bit easier. Looking at Craig, he looks a lot easier with the pace. Looks like the spin gave him a little bit more trouble. Well, I wouldn't say trouble. I would more say he takes it a little bit easier against the spin.
And we must say that they have switched ends here to bring Gordon Bryan from the Michael Holding end. He started this morning at the Courtney Walsh end. This is where he normally bowls from, the Courtney Walsh end where we are sitting, Keswick. So they're just trying him from that end to see if he can get a breakthrough that is desperately needed for the Scorpions. It was a no and yes at one point, but they completed that run. 202 runs on the board. The current run rate is they are maintaining that current run rate now in at 3.08. Sometimes it may go to 3.05, but they're in no haste at all. The aggressor Kevin Wickham, he's on 58 from 84 deliveries.
Another one a bit too straight again from Gordon O'Brien. No issues for Craig Brathwaite, just ease on to the onside. Just a single. But in other news, the Windward Island Volcanoes versus the Combined Campus and Colleges. The Combined Campus and Colleges got bowled out for 204. Main scorers there is Evelyn and Richards. CCC in pursuit.
No, Frankie.
235 for 4. Kavem Hart on 60. And that's another 100 for Sunil Ambris. Really well played. Senior player in the Windward Island setup.
66 overs completed here. 8 extras from the bowlers. The score is 203 for 3. Ambris is really playing an innings. He's really playing a good season so far, Keswick.
They're still trailed by 31 runs. Well, they have a lead of 31 runs, sorry. Guessing that they will look to bat out the day and tomorrow. Probably look to bat one time here. I don't really want to focus too much on that. What I want to focus on is what's going on here. Looking at a youngster and a stalwart at work. If you want to talk about patience and someone that can dig deep, and if Kevin Wickham has to learn about digging deep and being someone that's full with a lot of patience, he's at the crease with the right person.
Indeed. At one point, I saw where Kevin tried to be so aggressive and he played at the delivery and missed. And immediately, Craig Brathwaite walked down to him and had a chat with him and said, "Don't throw away your wicket. Continue to be focused and be patient. The runs will come. The bad delivery will come." That's when you can go after those deliveries.
Wickham is really showing his worth.
Lock tool, get it lock tool.
So it'll only be 2. Tugged into the onside again. You just can't get too straight to Craig Brathwaite. Anything on the line of leg stump back in the wicket, that's easy for him. That's always a 1. Down to fine leg or behind square. I've been playing for some years. Just 1. Still a lot of batting to come, Barbados. Still have Russian primers in the hut. Kamabash, who is really good with the bat, and the big Shane Dorich. Not forgetting Shane Dorich is due to come in next. So there's a lot of batting in the hut for Barbados.
Yes.
Hakeem Jordan as well is very good with the bat. Driven on the up, just a single.
And this innings will help Craig Brathwaite to get back in shape. We're going to minus all of those deliveries, but he's batted well so far for 80 runs. And at the end of over number 67, the score is 207 for 3. They trail by another 62 runs. Kevin Wickham I know the intention of Kevin Wickham. The intention is to get another century and continue to bat on and put a certain amount of runs on the board that when Scorpions goes into bat, then they can take that advantage of them by taking wickets.
What you would really like about Kevin Wickham is how compact he is, and the thing is, whenever he's at the crease, you would feel some sort of presence. He's not just there, he makes you know that he's there. Stands tall at the crease. Usually plays his shot with some authority. Finds the edge. Gordon O'Brien did look at him and warn him. And he finds the edge of Kevin Wickham. Keeper Morris couldn't hold on to that one. Just enough. Gordon Bryan did look at him, the delivery before, pointed his finger. And it's like he's saying, I do have something for you. And he did frown it. But Romain Morris couldn't hold on to that one. Really good delivery. Must be disappointing, Kimberly.
Yes, very. The expectation of Gardner is that for Morris to take that catch. But if you see how closely he's running towards Jackie to get that delivery to angling to Kevin Wickham, but Morris, it was too quick for Morris. Once he's bowling outside of the stump, you can expect the edge to come to whether first slip or the keeper. Maybe sometime he'll go over to second slip. Gordon Bryan, he was ready to take off to Norman Manley International Airport, but there was a delay in flight.
He produced that delivery. You could see the disappointment in his follow-through.
And that would have been the breakthrough for the Scorpions. The second time we have seen one goes down. We saw one earlier by Chadwick Walton. But he will just have to regroup and come again.
Bit too straight again. As long as you get too straight at this level, it's easy pickings. Now just turn it round turn it down to fine leg. What he needs to do is be patient and continue to hit that line just on the top of our stump. You have to play that patient game with them. Try to produce that wicked delivery ever so often.
No!
You found the edge, there was a drop catch, try to find it again. And it's the end of the over. A sad over for Gordon O'Brien, but he has to try to do it again and not get too dejected by it.
Yeah, I just need to do the deep breathing techniques there. Inhale, exhale, and said I'm calm and I'm relaxed, and motivate himself to say, all right, I didn't pick up that wicket earlier, but I'm going to come back in my other over and try to see if I can create another chance. But I know he's very disappointed that Morris just could not hold on to that one. And it was a good effort from Morris too. He was full stretched.
Not much behind of it. This could be close. And it is. After a jab catcher over a go. It's a run out. Kevin Wickham could have probably sensed that he was getting really a little bit ticklish there. both players was just watching the ball. Unfortunate, but you have to go, Kevin Wickham. He's gone for 63. Score is now 211 for 4.
Yeah, so it was we saw that earlier before tea. They wanted to go for the run, but it was a if and but situation. And it's the same thing happened here after Craig Brathwaite was halfway up in the pitch. He decided not to go for the run again while Wickham was way down the pitch. But unfortunately, he has to go for a good knock of 63. And that's partnership that they were looking to break a long time ago. There it is. It was a yes and go situation, but it's not Shane Darwish there, Keswick. Seems to be Primus, a very thick fellow.
One that is known to, who can hit it really far.
And you could hear the excitement in Chadwick Walton's voice when he sends that throw back to Morris. He was like, oh, that's a hot spot.
5 degrees.
This is a definite relief for the Jamaica Scorpions. Picking up that wicket. They could probably breathe a bit now.
Well, with a new batter at the crease now, we know that Craig is well set. And having Primus come in now, and with the bowling attack of Gordon Bryan, I want to see what will happen when he faces up to Gordon. And you being a fast bowler, Keswick, and you have a new batter comes in, you just break a good partnership. How would you bowl to a new batter that just comes in, knowing that you need wickets?
It's just a matter of just being consistent. Can't really change anything. The last over that he did bowl to Kevin Wickham, find the edge. That's the sort of area that he needs to hit consistently. New batter at the crease as well. Try to get him to play. Don't go too short. Because Primus is the type of player that would definitely go at it. He likes to feel ball and bat. He's not like the Craig Brathwaite that will occupy the crease and bat balls. He's the type of player that likes to feel the ball and the bat. That's the end of the over. I would say a successful over for the Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah, it's a very successful over to pick up a wicket and break that wonderful partnership. I think it was 119 runs. And I know that Wickham is very disappointed. It wasn't like they really needed to go for that run.
Well, it was a ball watching situation on Kevin Wickham's part. You could see when he played the shot, he was never really looking at his skipper. He played his shot and he was set off. Never really looked at his skipper at all. So he was really ball watching. Bang on target from Gordon Bryan.
Play that one with some confidence there. Say, hey, listen, I'm not afraid of you, Brian. Well, they will be happy anyhow. They did not take the catch. The keeper did not take the catch, but they did take the run out.
As I mentioned, he would not come and stick around and defend balls. He would play shots. That one sprang just in front point for 4. Roshan Primus.
There was some authority on that shot too.
As long as he's been given width, he's gonna play shots.
And he did get that width.
Doesn't matter how much balls he faced or anything like that. He likes to feel the ball and bat. So as long as you come too close to him, he would play shots. That one a little bit too straight. Flick down to backward of square. Only one.
Wouldn't take the chance again after he just got a run out. You could hear Brathwaite saying, stay, stay, stay.
Well, no one likes to get run out. No one likes to create a chance for the fielding team to get a run out. But sometimes it's just a lapse in concentration. For example, Kevin Wickham, he played his shot and he was just looking at the ball and not looking at the skipper, who's at the other end. Even that delivery that had a little bit of width on it, see, Craig Brathwaite didn't really put a lot of power into it.
Yeah, but being at the non-striker end, Keswick, it is your duty to say whether or not let's go for it, because being the one coming off strike, the one at the non-striker end will be better, the one who will see the ball exactly where it goes than you, because once you hit, your intention is to take off same time to try and pick up a run. So maybe he should have cried out to him earlier to say no, stay, but he was off for the run as well. He's on 80 from 213. The over comes to an end. 70 overs completed. The Barbados Pride, there are 217 for 4. They trail by another 52 runs. We just saw the wicket of Kevin Wickham, who was run out. He's gone for 63 from 92 deliveries. Current run rate, they still maintain the run rate at 3.10. Only 5 runs coming from that over from Gordon Bryan. That boundary and just a run.
Primus is very good down the ground. It's good on the offside as well. Very strong player. That one just a little bit too close to really cut. That one just slide on, didn't really turn.
Yeah, well, if I was Mansing, I would try to stick closely to him, push him on the back foot for him to try and force that shot and have it to go onto the stump. We saw where Zishan Matara did that with Carlos Brown when he was trying to cut it and it went onto the stump.
That's a googly. Spotted it early with Sean Primus. Just a little flick down to square leg. Manson usually straight down the leg at times. That's the reason why I mentioned earlier that I think for him could go a man on the 45 because of that reason. Because he always strays down to the leg side, you would want to have a man on the 45 or fine leg because his consistency haven't been the best today, and that would always be runs for a player like Craig Brathwaite, knowing that he's very strong behind square. Anything too straight,
Yep.
he would always pinch it off, would always get runs back with a square and down to fine leg. So for him in particular, not usually will have a 45 for a leg spinner, but for him in particular, because today haven't been the best in terms of spell for him, he always strays down the leg side. With a player like Craig at the crease, it will always be runs to someone like Primus or probably a Kevin Wickham. Probably may be different, but to Craig it would always be runs. And that's the end of the over. 222 for 4, Barbados Pride.
They need another 47 runs to avoid the trail here. Brathwaite, he's on 84 from 217. Wickham played a wonderful innings to get 63 runs. Unfortunately, he was run out there. Jermaine Blackwood having a chat there with Gordon Bryan, who is continuing from the Michael Holding end. Primus, who will be on strike. As I said, they will have to try and get the batters around Craig Brathwaite. And if they can get another wicket here, it will be good for the Scorpions. Oh, that will get away to the boundary. No effort to get it. And Primus gets another boundary. Had the pace, he just worked it off. Some confidence there. Confidence level is very high from Primus. That takes the score to 226 for 4. As you mentioned, Keswick, that he's not going to be pinned down by any bowlers. Known to be aggressive.
Very aggressive by nature. Not one that's going to come and block. He's going to play cricket how he understands it and how he knows it. So if it means to play his shots and find the boundary as much as possible. And he's the type of guy that understands his game. So he would play to whatever is required. And for now, for what is required is for them to score some runs. Craig Brathwaite is doing a good job so far. Yes, he did soak up a lot of balls, but that has been the strategy. Or that has always been his game plan. Whether it's Test cricket or first class cricket, he'll be the stay. And everyone bats around him, but guess what? Primus didn't let that one stay too close to him because he slashed it through backward point for 4. And that's a lovely shot. Carlos Brown didn't have a chance. That went through backward point like a chaser bullet. Really well played.
Well played indeed. It's the same delivery as the first one, and he punishes that one to the boundary. I haven't seen Brian strikes from morning. 51 runs from his 13.4 overs. Jackie will do some inspection to that one after it was whipped so hard from Primus. He's in a no-nonsense mood here. Quickly move on to 15 from 14 delivers. Quickly sends back the captain Brathwaite to say no need for that run. They have gotten 8 runs from the over so far. They trail by another 39 runs. Current run rate is 3.21. The aim is not to lose any more wickets, gets off that remaining 39 runs and start to put runs on the board now.
Some aggression there from Gordon O'Brien, but looking at the game plan here for now from the Barbados Pride, normally where Primus slides in, you will normally see Shane Dorridge coming in, but they need to put some runs on the board. Primus will be the man to get them some quick runs, probably from here on to the end of play. If Primus stays there, they would definitely pass that 39 that they're still cheered by, for sure. Easy pickings for Craig. Just a single though. Jeremy Blackwood, really good pace on the field.
I remember that joke he gave about him being at training with Ewan Blake and the camera passes him, how slow he was, but being on the cricket field is really quick.
It's lightning quick on the field.
Yeah.
That's it. Off the field, that's it.
Yeah, and I was wondering why they sent Primus before Darwich there, but now I understand based on the rate that he's going, he's on 15 from 17. They want them to get rid of that 269 quickly and start setting some runs.
Primus, the no-nonsense guy, had a chance to play with him in CPL for St. Lucia Kings. So his white ball cricket is really good. Played for Trinidad at the 40 level, at the listed level as well. Play a lot of his cricket as well in Trinidad locally. So he has been around the region. Played also in Antigua. Cool and smooth. Plays in VPL as well. Also in Dominica T10. One of the T10 tournaments that really sprung up throughout the Caribbean. There's one here in Jamaica, one in Barbados, one in Grenada, St. Lucia, Dominica, one in St. Vincent. I haven't seen any in Guyana. I'm pretty surprised.
The way that, well, the over comes to an end, 73 overs gone, 231 for 4. Primus and Brathwaite at the crease. But the way that he played the over of Mansingh just now, he's very watchful. He's not going to attack so quickly or so easily. He's very watchful there, and mindful what needs to get done. Knows he has a task to play, a role to play at the crease. But we're in the third session. If you're just joining us, the Jamaican Scorpions, they bat on day one. They made 269 all out. Barbados Pride, they're replying. Now the current score is 231. They trail by another 38 runs. Brathwaite, he's on strike. He's on 85. And Primus, 15 from 21 delivers. They just lost the wicket of Kevin Wickham. He's gone for 63 from 92 delivers. Oh, we see here, is that the Derval Green?
There's a change of bowling. It's a skipper.
Oh.
Or is it Darvel? Darvel Green is back.
No, it's Blackwood.
Can't understand why I can't make it out from here, but his first delivery is a 4. Straight down the leg side. He looks like Darvel Green from here.
What he needs to do is not to come and try and bowl too fast. Try to find his line and length and then take it from there.
Well, the skipper has introduced himself. Just a little bit of technical difficulty because scorer is still seeing Darvel Green. It's really the skipper. And he did look a little bit like Darvel Green.
Agree. So maybe that's what the scorers are thinking too.
Come on, get it right, scorers. Making the Mickey out of us. And they're still trailed by 34. Would like to see Primus facing up against Blackwood. See how that would turn out. Blackwood and Craig Brathwaite are really good friends. We'd always see them together in Barbados whenever he's in Barbados.
Yeah, at one point in time, Blackwood, while Kirk is the captain and Blackwood will be the vice captain.
Down the leg side again, but fine leg is there. Just one.
Well, now you'll have a chance to see the matchup that you mentioned delivery before.
I just want to see the approach. That was from Primus. Half towards Jeremy Blackwood. After the first delivery, we'll know what his intentions are. As I mentioned, he's a free scorer.
Just 5 runs from it.
Should have stopped Mike. You could hear him mentioning there's a new franchise around. Didn't know what that was about. That's a Falcons, I guess. Guess he's looking to fly soon.
Or maybe he's saying you can get a spot there. Over comes to an end. 74 completed. The score is 236 for 4. Craig, he moving to the 90s now. He's on 90 from 222 deliveries. Primus, he's on 15 from 23. Trailed by another 33 runs. Wonder if the ground staff are they are discussing what is happening in the game. Abijay Man Singh, who is continuing.
Still no one on the 45. even though Craig is scoring bulk of his runs there. But if Abijay Manson keeps it there, there would be no need for anyone under 45 or fine leg. But the fact that he's chased there ever so often, he needs a little bit of protection. We'd only get 2. Finding the edge of the bat ever so often, Craig. But that's what he does. That's how he plays.
Yeah, he's inching closer to that century. He's 8 runs away from it now. He's on 92.
One would say, looking at his innings, if he gets 100 here, you would definitely say well played innings. But at one point, he was on 17 of 83 balls. But as I mentioned, he's one of those players that understands his cricket. He knows how to get runs at this level. Again, another run being scored on the onside, behind square. That brings the end of another Abijay Mansingh over. Score is 238 for 4.
Old boys, you know?
239 for 4. The Scorpions are doing their utmost best to get Craig Brathwaite out. Doesn't look promising at this point. He hasn't offered a chance in this 228 ball vigil. It's a 93, 7 away from a 31st first class century. And it's gonna get closer with those deliveries from Jermaine Blackwood into his thigh. Goes up to 94. He's 1 hit away, but he hasn't shown a sign that he's gonna hit a 6 today, by the way. So it's gonna be more than that at this point.
Yeah, he'll take them in 1s and 2s.
Russian Primus showing signs of aggression already. He's driving that firmly. .240 for 4. The run rate is just about 3 runs per over. Scorpions bowlers, they looked a little bit tired in that second session. The third session they created a chance with Gordon Bryan. It wasn't taken by the wicketkeeper. That was off Kevin Wickham. It only cost them 4 runs because he was dismissed in the next over, run out. That's 2 straight. Pete Salmon has work to do.
Well, I haven't seen OJ. She is back in the attack from the got back from lunch.
That's gonna be close to the boundary. Craig Brathwaite tucks it forward of square. Abijay Mansingh gives up chase. And Brathwaite is 2 runs away. He's now up to 98. And this is easy for him. He's now facing a part-timer. He has seen them all today. takes him up to 98. He's moved the Barbados Pride score to 245 for 4. He pushes that to mid-off. Shields gets down. Well, I think the scoreboard is wrong. They're saying 100, but our scorer has it as 98, which makes him 99. So we're waiting for confirmation.
We're just waiting to see the score. A 100 is on the scoreboard. But as you're seeing here, we're seeing 98.
So the official scorers are saying that he has 99. And the scoreboard gave a wrong score to Brathwaite, who's going to be facing Mansing now. And he's cutting that one away. And I think that is his 100th run now. A 31st first-class century for Craig Brathwaite. And it has been a very long innings. 232 balls for Brathwaite. Has been there from the start. A sweep shot there from Russian Primus. 100 from 231. It's inclusive of 10 fours. You know, they're making the correction on the big scoreboard. Primus comes forward and gets a single. So Brathwaite's long wait coming to an end there because he's finally gotten to that landmark figure.
Well, he knocked 10 fours, no sixes.
So because of the incorrect scoring on the main scoreboard on the field, there's no celebration for the official 100 for Brathwaite, but he's actually at 100 now. And there's a chance for a run out again to Green, but Primus gets home, and the 249th run goes up for the Barbados Pride. They are 20 runs behind.
Primus is on 17 from 28. Patience really have paid off for Craig Brathwaite. He's on 100, soaked up 234 delivers. Really working in himself back here in form. No, he was really struggling in the last 2 games. He struggled. And at the end of over number 77, the score reads 249 for 4. Seems as if it is going to be Kirk Mackenzie in the attack now. The captain introduced Kirk Mackenzie in the attack. Looking to see from all angles where they can get a wicket. Another part-time bowler comes in.
Scorpions
Boys!
really realizing that the 269 was a par score or below par score, if you're being honest. Mackenzie with some off breaks. And backward square has to come around. That's green. And the 250 comes up for Barbados Pride. So they have secured a batting point now. 251 for 4. Brathwaite is up to 103. Kurt Mackenzie.
Oh, yeah!
Holding off breaks.
Okay!
For the right hander, spinning from the off stump to the leg stump. And for the left hander, it would be the opposite, from the leg stump to the off stump. This is too easy for Brathwaite. You just got the impression that he was going to get a big one here today. He showed the signs. There were no aggressive strokes for the first 3 hours. Not until he got past 50, when a couple of short deliveries were tugged away behind square. Since then, the runs have flowed. His second 50 far quicker than his first. His first 50 took almost 170 balls.
Seems to be some bat and pad involved there. Even though he soaked up so many deliveries, he wasn't in a rush because he knows that he has to work himself back in form here. Now that he's shown that he's at 104, the intention is to get some runs.
Yes, boys!
That completes the 78th over, 252 for 4. That means this Pride, they trailed by only 17. Scorpions are really searching for a wicket. They're looking to even buy a wicket here.
I wonder what will be the price for it. And the wicket that they would look to buy is Craig Brathwaite.
Well, there's that's Kurt Mackenzie's brother in the Talawa shirt with the green and black cap. That's Nikolai Mackenzie, national under 15 captain. Watchful as ever is Craig Brathwaite, who continues on his sojourn, a marathon inning so far. Slaps that one down to long off for a single. And every run has looked calculated as well for the right-hander. As we have said all day, no risks taken. Has really forced the hands of the Scorpions. A sweep shot from Primus. I was looking to hit that a lot squarer. Almost forward of square.
You said that they're looking to buy a wicket. Maybe they'll soon introduce Chadwick Walton in the attack. We saw where the skipper used himself, didn't produce a wicket. Now Kurt McKenzie, Mansing, who is continuing from the Courtney Walsh end.
Walton bowled a couple of overs before tea, but that one is guided away down to third man. You get those when the bowlers become tired. And that takes the score up to 254, and Brathwaite has been there for 240 deliveries now. He deserves some freebies.
And Mansing been bowling since they got back from tea, so I guess he's a little bit tired too.
Into his 21st over. And it shows you how easy it is out there. Craig Brathwaite went late into his crease there, deep into his crease, and just read it off the pitch and tickled it back with a square. 2 more runs. Takes him up to 113. He's motoring based on the rate that he's going now.
Yeah, and they're just trailing by another 9 runs. Getting 111, he haven't got any sixes or 6, just I think about 11 fours. And the rest in 1s and 2s. The over come to an end. 79 overs gone. 260 for 4. Brathwaite is on 111. Wickham, he's gone for 63. Primus was there with him.
Scorpions have bowled 72 overs so far today. Heading into the 80th over now of the innings. I think if Russian Primo stays around for any sustained period of time, he's gonna be teeing off. Normally scores quickly. The burly right-hander has 3 fours to his name. A bit surprised that he came in ahead of Shane Dorridge. It's probably a ploy from the Barbados team as well to up the ante a bit, given that Dorridge normally takes his time as well.
Oh yes, Kirky. Woo! Yes, Kirky.
I think Shane Mosley and Zachary McCaskey are going to feel a little bit angry that they missed out on this wicket because it's so easy to bat on.
Working boys.
261 now for 4, and the 50-run partnership comes up between the pair. Brathwaite has added 32 in it.
Oh yeah.
And the Scorpions
Kirky.
have to find a way to claw themselves on top or put themselves in a position
Working Kirky.
where they can dictate the tempo. At this point, the Pride
Who's there?
are in complete control.
Indeed, knowing that Mansing is a bit tired, I'm wondering who will he turn to now, or will he still continue with Mansing? Is he going to try and prevent runs, or going to try and see if they can even get a breakthrough before the day's play?
I think first of all, I think he's probably going to try and take that new ball when it comes available. Fast and into the legs off Brathwaite, and he gets another single. And so all the criticisms about his scoring rate is putting his team on top and in front. You see the new ball coming out. Umpire, the reserve umpire, that's Orani Banks. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite has it in his hand. We'll see if they're going to change it. Well, it seems as if they will. So they're going to be taking the new ball immediately, the Jamaica Scorpions.
And if you were the captain and you get the new ball now, Jerome, who will be the bowler to bring on?
First bowler would probably be Gordon Bryan, and then O.J. Shields. And the umpire signals that he has the new ball in his hand, which means the Jamaica Scorpions have elected to use it. And that's for the scorers to know that the ball has been changed after 80 overs. And the rest of the people here at Sabina Park. So the Pride
should be happy. They should be really happy. Think outside of
what they did in the first game against the CCC, the batting has been suspect.
Hold his right arm over.
After being rolled over against the Volcanoes. It's taken a top innings from Craig Brathwaite to give some confidence as that one moves away from the right-hander. Takes the outer half of the bat.
Well, Gardner has a new ball now. And he would want to do something with it. Not just something, but take a wicket. Either to get rid of Brathwaite or Primus.
In the air, but halfway. Not carrying to Kurt McKenzie. There were shouts of catch him. And the 269 into perspective now for the Scorpions. They were 113 for 5, but before that they were 92 for 2. So to get to 113 for 5, to get to 269, they would bite your hands off to take that. That's wide and driven through the covers. It's gonna take some stopping. Pete Salmon won't stop it. Those were tired attempts, both from the man at cover and mid-off. And Brathwaite gets another boundary. That's his 12.
It was too wide. It gets the room. And he just punishes it to the boundary for 4. He march up to 112. Or maybe 116.
That completes the over. Well, no. It's Gordon Bryan still trying to find his first wicket. He's been struggling to find wickets, the Jamaica Scorpions fast bowlers. It seems as if they were in a good space in the first hour this morning when Derval Green and O.J. Shields got Mosley and McCaskey respectively. But the pitch has evened out and even paced. Now you see those expansive drives through the offside and down the ground coming from Brathwaite, which tells you he's in a better place. First part of his innings, he didn't do any of that. He was just watching the balls coming onto the bat, and he was deflecting and nurdling and nudging and guiding a couple backward of point. Now he's willing to express himself. Had one boundary down the ground prior to the cover drive just now. At the extra cover drive.
That's overboard. Time for a drink, gents.
And that's the over completed by Gordon Bryan. Negotiated by Craig Brathwaite with a boundary included. And it's 264 for 4. Just the corrected score is 266 for 4. So they'll take a drink now, the players, and we'll be back in a short time. So welcome back to Sabina Park. Scorpions, they've bowled what? 74 overs, so another 16 overs possibly for the day. Only an hour of play, took hour and a half, or just under, to get in those 16 overs. Finish at 5:30, light permitting, to get in those overs. It's gonna be OJ Shields, I think, or it's gonna be Derval Green. They're not sure. Well, the captain is having a discussion with Derval Green, so it looks as if it's gonna be Green. Yeah, it's gonna be Derval Green. He's taking his cap off and given to Jackie Williams. So, just for the viewers who have just joined us, Craig Brathwaite has notched his 31st first-class century. He's on 117 from 251 balls. And it was a chanceless knock as well. A typical Craig Brathwaite innings. And Zachary McCaskey, he made 15. He was LBW to the man who has the ball in his hand, Derval Green. Shane Mosley made 14, caught a first slip by Chadwick Walton of OJ Shields. And Jonathan Drakes, he was bowled by Pete Salmon, unluckily, for 31. And Kevin Wickham, I'd probably say a suicidal run out, He was dismissed for 63, run out by Carlos Brown with the help of the wicketkeeper Romain Morris as Green steams into Primus, who is on 19 from 35.
And this innings of Craig Brathwaite would remind me of Chadwick Walton when he got 163. He batted from the get-go until the last delivery of the close of play. But the only difference is that Chadwick was scoring faster than how Brathwaite is actually scoring here.
Shapes away from the right-hander. New ball is moving about as natural as it can, or usually does. Green wants a change to the field at deep point. Just an update from around the region. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, they are 165 for 5 in their second innings. And that's a 178-run lead. They dismissed the West Indies Academy for 162 earlier today. The Harpy Eagles had made 175 in their first innings, while Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, batting a second time, they were 22 without loss. The Hurricanes made 318. Unfortunately, Joel Andrew missed out on a century. He made 87. Top scored in the innings. And Karen Powell made 65. Another good delivery there from Green. Lifting. Shaped away from Primus as well. So the 318 the Hurricanes made was in response to 137 from TNT Red Force. And over at Chedwin Park, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they are now 311 for 7. At one stage they were 108 for 4 in response to 204. 120 for Sunil Ambris.
Wow.
And 97 not out for Kavim Hodge. 9 fours for Hodge. His innings was gone 172 deliveries. Well, Ambris's 120 came from 113 balls, 10 fours and 4 sixes. Remember that the Volcanoes, they are the leaders of this competition. 2 wins to start. A win against Jamaica and a win against Barbados last week. Down the leg side. Good stop in the end by Romain Morris. That completes the over. It's a maiden for Derval Green. Has been tidy today. Not really showing a lot of pace, but has control. And it's 266 for 4.
Yeah, being control and being consistent outside the off stump. That's the only delivery straight down the leg side in this over from him. They would want to take a wicket here. But the conversation continues between Brathwaite and Primus. To say stick around, we come back fresh tomorrow. We don't want to lose any wicket before the close of play. But Gordon Bryan, he's working on it to create another chance. I hope this chance will be taken.
Brathwaite as vigilant as ever.
To be there from morning until 16 minutes after 4 local time here, that says a lot.
Left that one alone. It's a 16th over for Gordon Bryan. He has racked up some overs in this 4-day competition so far. Against the CCC in that first innings. That's driven by Brathwaite. Can't pierce the gap. He bowled 23 overs in that first innings. The second innings wasn't as bad because it didn't last as long. It was only 30 overs in total the innings, so he bowled 9 overs there. So 32 overs bowled in that match. And add 15.2 to it, that's 47.2 in the space of 8 days. And if you go back to the game against the Windward Islands Volcanoes as well, he bowled a large chunk of overs in that game. So 57.2 in the last two. The first game, he bowled 23 in the first innings. Just 80.2 overs. And he also bowled in that second innings as well. The total was small. But still, it's a lot of overs. 4 more overs added to that.
Got to be a fit man to bowl so many overs.
So he's bowled close to 90 overs already this season, Gordon Bryan. Clipped away. And get 2 more runs to Pride. Brathwaite just doing his surgical movements. And the Scorpions, they find the funny side to the spectators' anger, but it's 268 for 4 now. The Pride, they trail by only 1.
They're still having a laugh. Well, he's on 118, soaked up 258 delivers. Primus, he started off with a bang. He's on 19 from 41. Seems to have slowed down things here. Maybe the conversation that Brathwaite has been having with him, saying, listen, no need to rush. Let us bat out the rest of the session. The River Green is going to continue being consistent outside of the off stump. Wondering if he can get the breakthrough that Blackwood is looking for. Primus, who is on strike.
It was a flashing blade from Primus. It wasn't close enough to it. It went through to the wicketkeeper at shoes lace, Len. Scorpions had some excitement when the new ball was taken. They're still hoping for a wicket or 2 here to wrap up the day for them. That's half-hearted push, almost like a push drive, really. Came off the outer half of the bat down to deep point.
Well, the score is level now, 269 for 4. The long-standing Brathwaite, he's on strike, he's 118.
don't think Brathwaite will be faced by Green steering at him. This is a man who is heading towards 100 test matches. Craig Brathwaite.
And he would have faced many aggressive bowlers right across the world. So therefore Green just give him that eye, not saying much to him.
I think for the Barbados pride, I think batting one time and getting anywhere close to 450 really set up this game, because based on how Brathwaite is batting, it looks highly unlikely that he's going to be easy to dismiss. Shapes away after it passed the bat. So if they can get up to 450, I think that would be the real score that they'll be aiming for here, the Barbados Pride. Because that would then give them a lead of about 181 thereabouts. That's a healthy lead. The Scorpions had a similar deficit against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. But at this stage of the Pride, they can dictate the tempo, they can dictate the pace, especially with a man there on 118 who has batted through all the bowlers shown at him, 8 of them used. The only men not to bowl, the wicketkeeper, Carlos Brown, as well as Leroy Logg. Everybody else.
And Chadwick Walton.
Walton did bowl.
Oh, he did?
So Morris, the wicketkeeper, Carlos Brown, and Leroy Logg, the only men not used so far by the skipper Jermaine Blackwood, who is in dialogue now with his fastest bowler, O.J. Shields. Took the wicket of Shane Mosley. His workload is being managed as well.
That's middle stump. Bowler's right arm
Bowls
over.
in short, sharp spells. The Bajans haven't really gotten away in terms of their scoring rate, but they have occupied the crease. They have taken time out of the game, which is also a critical element. Scores are now level. And Shields has bowled only 9 overs. You'd probably want him to bowl a couple more. Ideally, about 11, 12 at this point. He bowled a few last evening. He's racing away to bowl to Primus on the back foot. And the Pride, they are in the lead now. 270 for 4, and Primus is up to 21.
Well, Brathwaite, if he had faced Shields earlier on in the day, he knows how quick Shields is.
So Brathwaite really showing his class and his maturity, his experience. As I said earlier, he's grinding the bowlers to a halt, really. The Pacers, as much as they give, they're not getting much from him. He scored 118 without even lifting a straw, really. Works it away, well timed. He's gonna get very close to the boundary. Won't get there. Carlos Brown does well. They're gonna get 3. He's into the 120s now. 121 for Brathwaite, and the Pride, they lead by 4, 273 for 4.
And Jerome, those persons who text you this morning about Brathwaite scoring, how slow he was scoring, I'm wondering what they are saying right now. A man moves up to 121 from 264 delivers.
It was almost inevitable that he was going to get a century. Didn't look phased, didn't look bothered. Grafted his way, took his time, took his team out of a spot of bother as well. A full delivery, hit hard to cover. At one stage they were 91 for 3. So that's guided the team now, and it's not him alone. Kevin Wickham played a good hand as well. But Brathwaite's presence gave freedom to Wickham, and he really expressed himself in that 63. Unfortunate that he was run out. Short delivery, fast from Shields. Primus was still trying to play an attacking shot. Had some pace on it though. Collected above the head by wicketkeeper Morris.
He was trying to climb in that shot. 273, they have a lead of 4 runs. Really maintaining that 3.22 run rate.
Forced off the back foot. That's a nice looking shot by Primus. Sprints between the wickets, but he won't get 2. And that completes the 85th over at 274 for 4. And Russian Primus is up to 22. And Craig Brathwaite will be at the non-strikers end, but he won't mind. He's on 121. He can save his legs.
Yeah, he deserved to rest a little bit at the non-striker end. And I think they are not going to take any chances to get any loose shot to try and get out. They want to bat out the day's play and come back with fresh legs tomorrow and try to get that lead, as you mentioned, of 120, looking to go up to the 450 mark as you suggested there, Jerome.
As a coach, that would be my thought. Team up to solid position where they can press home the advantage of Barbados Pride. Clipped away to Mansing, and it's taken. Primus is not sure. Well, the umpires are going to meet a dialogue to see what happened. If it did carry to Mansing, Mansing moved immediately to say that he was convinced. Let's see Gregory Brathwaite here. And it goes straight to Mansing. Primus is still standing, by the way. They're deliberating, the umpires.
But the reaction from Mansing, you can see the way how he gets up quickly. He gets up quickly, so maybe it do carries.
Yeah, and umpire Jackie Williams has just signaled that he's out. He's not pleased. And he has to go for 22. He's having words with O.J. Shields. And he has to go, though. It's 274 for 5. A timely breakthrough for the Scorpions. Primus is a dangerous player. He can take the game away from you. He hits the ball a long way. Didn't get the chance to do that today. I think Shane Dorrich will be the new man, so he goes. Derval Green picks up a second wicket.
That was a good catch in the end there from Mansing. Really played that one with some power. And as I heard Chadwick Walton said he was going to tell Mansing to come in front of the umpire.
So Dorrich is still not coming out. That's strange, unless because yesterday he did take a hit on his wrist. So I'm wondering if that has any implications. We can get some word from downstairs shortly to see if it's actually an injury concern. But Akeem Jordan is coming out. It was surprising to see Primus ahead of him initially. Now we've seen Primus dismissed and Akeem Jordan is in front. Even adds to the point of why Craig Brathwaite has been batting how he has batted. He's not taking any risk.
Yeah, 5 wickets down. Akeem Jordan, the new batter, and he will be on strike. Craig Brathwaite just coming up and going to have a chat with him to say, listen, Derval, he got space. Just be watchful. Don't try anything too extra.
Jordan took his first delivery, oohs and ahs, and surprisingly, there was a deep point. And there's a change. Derval Green is insisting that the man at point comes in off the boundary. And he's saying that the only place Jordan can get a boundary is down to third man. 2 for 26, as I've said, he has been tidy. Hasn't been express, but he has been consistent. Clipped away, 2 straight. And Green was wrong because that's gone to backward square. Easy boundary for Akeem Jordan, who is handy with the bat, by the way. That was easy pickings for him.
And it's a nice way to get off the mark with a boundary. We'll give him a little bit of confidence there against Derval Green. .278 for 5. Current run rate is 3.25. They're in the lead of 9 runs. They just lost the wicket of
Russian Primus. And Akeem Jordan has a 50 to his name in first class cricket. Highest score of 54. Average is under 20. He's averaging 17.83. But he's not a tail ender by any stretch of the imagination. You can see his setup as well, that he's willing to get behind the ball.
Akeem is not going to be afraid of Derval Green. Shows that he has some class in him. Picked up 4 already from 4 deliveries. Craig Brathwaite resting his legs at the non-striker end. He's on 121 from 264 deliveries.
Give me down some work. Brathwaite said no. I don't think he wants to get run out on 121, especially with the Pride 278 for 5. They just lost the wicket of Primus. A successful over for Derval Green. A 4 conceded. The Pride 278 for 5. They lead by 9 runs.
Yeah, Derval Green bowled 14 overs, picked up 2 wickets for 30 runs. Good comeback there from him with the new ball. Well, it will be over to Keswick and Jerome.
That's middle.
So Shields has the ball in hand again. Still trying to get some information regarding the Shane Dorrit situation. Keswick Williams has that information. There's a hand issue. Yeah, the same issue from yesterday. So he won't bat, or he's going to bat later on. Yeah. So there's a possibility that he might bat today. Okay. So injury picked up by Shane Dorridge. He did carry on to keep yesterday, by the way. As Shields clips that one forward of square. It's going to go to deep square leg. Craig Brathwaite shouts no. And it's the right shout as well, because Carlos Brown was onto it pretty quickly. So I think Keswick can give a better
Middle.
update, because based on my information is that Dorridge, I remember he took a ball that came towards him low down, almost as if it deviated late, and he hit him on the hand. Didn't collect the ball properly. Flashed his finger a couple of times.
Somewhat on his wrist.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, but that was in the second session.
Passport Jakes is also going to check to find out what's up with him, because I'm thinking he have a little bit of knee issue as well, as that one just finds the edge and that will run away to the boundary for 4. Yeah. Another 4 for Akeem Jordan. I did mention he's not really a flop with the bat. He can handle his bat. Saw him scored about a 46 in the game in Super 50 last year in Trinidad. So he's definitely capable with the bat. But when I did ask a question, it was first he have a little bit of knee issue, and then the same hit from in the first innings. So I guess he's just trying to see how long he can stay off the field and get it in a better condition, or put himself in a better position, so when he comes out to bat he will be a bit more comfortable.
Jordan pulls that in front of square. That's the nature of the surface. It's so slow. He almost tucked that in front of mid-on and goes all the way into the boundary for 4. A good shot by Akeem Joseph, and this is a reminder to the Scorpions that he's going to be very aggressive.
And that's the nature of how he plays. I mean, he's very capable with the bat. He's not going to come and block many balls. And you must be really impressed with the innings that the skipper has played. He was very slow this morning, but he's now on 122.
Short again, and Jordan is on top of the bounce again. They want 2. There's a chance for a run out. He's going to be run out, surely.
Yes. Yes.
That's nonsensical from Jordan. That was not 2.
Look at where the skipper is
And
standing. He's
Brathwaite
still
is irate.
he's just in front of his crease, so he's not really looking for a 2 either. There's no need to rush. So the skipper was very comfortable with 1. That's the second run out now for Carlos Brown. The skipper is very annoyed. Akeem Jordan is gone for 13, a busy 13 as well. The skipper was never looking for 2. Even though it was a misfield, he was just always looking, he was just comfortable with the 1. Akeem Jordan is gone for 12. The score is 287 for 5, and out comes Dory for 6, sorry. Technical difficulty here.
Yeah. I was about to say I've never seen Craig Brathwaite like that before. I've never seen a reaction like that from him before. Shows you how frustrated he was and annoyed he was with the decision making of Jordan. He at no point that looked as if it was going to be 2. Gonna get a chance to look at it again, because he pulled it in front of square. Brown did misfield, and they always say never run on a misfield. And Jordan thought he had 2. Really wanted to face Shields, but Brathwaite saw danger, but it was just too late. The stop sign came out pretty early, but Jordan was going too fast and has gifted a wicket to the Scorpions, really. So 288 now for 6. And the Scorpions have found themselves back in the game, despite this century from Craig Brathwaite with those 2 quick wickets. And Shane Dowrich has made his way out to the crease. So all the fears have been laid. He's out there now. He's at the non-striker's end. Shields gets Brathwaite squared up. Still doesn't stop a single. It's 289 for the Pride, 123 now for Brathwaite. They have lost 6 wickets. 6 wickets the Barbados team. Change in field here. See Leroy Lugg under the lid.
That's middle.
At short leg. A
Bowler's
leg
right arm
goal
over.
is also implemented for Dowrich. 3 slips. You know he doesn't like short deliveries, Dowrich. He's a test player or former. Retired from international cricket recently. A full delivery hits him on the toe. Gregory Brathwaite went away. It wasn't a convincing appeal.
That's overboard.
And the over is completed. It was a double bluff from Shields. Full and fast. Yeah, that's sliding down the leg side. Good decision by the umpires.
Definitely a good decision. That one's sliding down. Half-hearted appeal.
And you could see that the Scorpions knew it wasn't going to onto the stumps.
17 minutes.
Scorpions have bowled 80 overs so far today. It's now 17 minutes to 5, Jamaica time. Which means they won't get another 10 overs inside those 17 minutes, so they would have another 47 minutes to try to complete that task and go until 5:30, light permitting. Brathwaite engaged in a conversation with Derval Green, who just can't believe he's still there after 267 balls and not a shot in anger.
Never looked like he's flustered. I mean, a player like that, like, you must be amazed to see a player like that. Probably the only player like with this sort of temperament we have in the Caribbean. A genuine test player. He looks so unbothered. I wonder if he take calm pills to bat. I'm sure he's on something. Like he's just the calmest, the coolest character. Nothing bothers him.
Not even that helicopter above.
Nah, not even a chance.
The bat turns in his hand. Tries to play that one through the onside. I just didn't understand the rush from Jordan. Still can't understand what was his thinking.
It's fielded by the man at cover.
I've had the chance to play against Guyana back when Shiv used to play. I was pretty young. Shiv and Fullerton, Assad Fullerton. These guys bat all day. I got Fullerton the next day early, but if you have a player like Shiv and Bratchett at the crease, you know as long as they don't out, they would score runs, but the thing about these guys, they will weigh you down.
Yeah.
It's not just that they don't play shots or they're limited or anything. Shiv, we know, is definitely not limited. We saw that when he played a couple of T20s.
Has a good average at the top of the order in 50 over cricket as well.
But it's just that they weigh you down as batters.
Short delivery. I did say to you that I didn't see many short deliveries to Brathwaite. He's now 123, and that was the first one to him. He has already gone through the gate. He has already notched a century, and he didn't look comfortable with that one. He was flinching. Lined him up properly there, Derval Green, and it rose off a length. 289 for 6. So Shields with a leg gully and a short leg to Dorridge. That was a length delivery. So he has implemented that field for the second delivery to Dorridge, and the first one was a Yorker. Beat him for pace, got him on the outer half of his pad. There was an appeal for LBW, but it was clearly missing the stump, or the stumps. And now that delivery is a back of a driving length. So no short deliveries as yet.
No ball.
It is short now, and it is hammered through the offside. It was short, but it was wide. And Shane Dorridge, he has more class than that. He smashed it through the vacant cover region for a boundary.
Well, not a lot to add to that, Foster. Really well played. Magnificent. He's such a classy player as well, Shane Dorridge. Have a few test hundreds as well.
No ball was signaled as well by the umpire. So it's now 294 for 6, and it has been hard work for the Jamaica Scorpions bowlers. I'd love to prize out another one. Okay, she's getting into his work. He has a wicket. Got the second wicket of the day. Still critical partnership this, because Dorridge, as we know, can occupy the crease, can score runs, has scored runs before. Technically sound player as well. He's batting late because of a injury scare, or I would say an injury worry. Something to do with his wrist. Got hit on it yesterday while keeping. So Russian Primus and Hakeem Jordan they were batting ahead of him. It is He's there now and he's joined the captain who has seen everything, everyone, every blade of grass, every movement, every no ball, every half chance, every wicket. That's Craig Brathwaite, 123 from 272 balls.
Could have seen that would have been a bumper. You could see the effort.
The effort was coming.
But there was no. But I could have seen from early. It would have been a nothing bumper. There was a lot of effort behind of it, but you could see every effort was made to bang it in short. But everybody thinks that bowling a short ball is just banging it in short. It's not really that. You have to hit it in the right area as well.
Has a short leg for Brathwaite. And goes for a pull. That's unusual. But Craig Brathwaite has thrashed it in front of square for 4. And the first shot in anger, really, it just didn't get up. But still, aggression.
Really the first shot in aggression.
It's not.
Not something that you would really classify with Craig Brathwaite. Normally a guy to just earlier in the innings, those balls he would block it. But he was getting tired and fed up of it, and
That was a slower delivery.
and a off volley as well. And he picked it.
That's overbowled.
That shows you he's coming back to grips with everything that is happening. It's 299 for 6. The Barbados Pride, they lead by 30 runs. Brathwaite is 127.
People, relax and see after.
I'm very sure that you. I'm gonna ask you something. Before I say what else, I'm gonna ask you something. You being the Barbados skipper, Craig
Or the
is
coach.
there all day. Craig Brathwaite is there all day. Not the coach, the skipper.
Yeah.
Craig is there all day. Do you think that he would try to bat once in this game?
Yeah.
Knowing, because he's there all day, so he understands how the wicket is playing. He would know, if I only put a lead of 100 on this, with the likes of Chadwick Walton who haven't scored, Blackwood who haven't really come to the party as yet, Romain Morris who looks good, Carlos Brown who looks good in the first innings, is it enough to say, you know what, let's declare and send them to bat, or let's just bat until tea tomorrow, pile the runs on, and try to bat once in this game? Do you think that's his mindset now?
Yeah, I honestly think he was trying to get as close to 450 as possible. And you saw, or we have seen his approach all day, that it was all about application and wearing down the Scorpions bowlers, driven pleasantly by Dorich, well fielded by the fast bowler Gordon Bryan. And I just think the feeble nature of the Scorpions' middle order, the propensity of them to collapse or lose wickets in cluster, that can give an opposition team that added boost, that they can say 170 lead, 180 run lead is mountainous. No ill effects of that hand injury from Dowich because he's driving the ball pleasingly. So I'm sure, Brad, first of all, they're going to get another batting point, which puts them ahead of the Scorpions. Driven again. Absolutely no effects of that. Getting it out the middle of the batch, St. Dorridge. So they're going to get another point for sure. I'm not sure they're going to lose 4 wickets without another run. Not on this surface. So they're ahead of the Scorpions in that aspect.
Shane Dowers always looks comfortable at the crease. Got called up for West Indies ODI team last year for that series against England, I think. Against England. But then left the tour a couple days before the first match. It's a sad way to end your career. Who knows what happened?
In the air, but it bounces in front of mid-off. Pete Salmon was reaching for that one. And they deliver to come here from Derval Green into his 16th over. He has bowled all those overs today.
Missed out on the last game. But he came back this game. Minley obviously couldn't make it because of a slight niggle. Brings the Iron Man Steely back.
And that completes the over. It's 299 for 6, a maiden over. Look, misfeels another ball today. Green is not happy about it, but it's a maiden. And the Pride, they lead by 30 runs.
Must be confusing when the fielders not really giving you the support. And you're running in full guns.
And everyone is doing the change of bail tactic these days. The Scorpions have done it about 12 times today. Only 6 wickets. By the way, Cavem Hodge has actually gotten up to 100 over at Chedwin Park.
So 200s today for Winwoods.
Yeah.
They have been scoring a lot of 50s in the tournament so far. It's good to see that their batters is just turning those 50s into 100s. They have improved tremendously.
He's still there. He's 118 from 213. And that's what you want to see. Batted at number 5. As much as it's against the CCC.
Runs at the end of the day, and that will go down as a first class 100.
Yeah. 140 run lead over there at Chedwin Park for the Volcanoes. Short. Cracked away. We get a single. Misfield from Mansing. He did well. And the 300th run comes up. 300 for 6. Lead by 31 runs. The Barbados Pride. Craig Brathwaite has 128 of that 300. So, seems as if the tactic to go short to Dorridge has changed. Because there's no one at leg slip now. 3 slips. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and fine leg on the boundary. It's hard work. It's attritional work. This is what makes you different from the rest. This is what sets you apart, especially for Shields. Even though he has bowled only 12 and a half overs, he has been in the field all day. So he's feeling the brunt of the conditions. Sweltering heat as well.
Both batters at the crease now, they are well accomplished. Both have been playing a lot of cricket together from youth cricket up. So both players actually understand each other's game. Coming from wide of the crease that time, Shields.
2 full. And it's going to take some stopping. Carlos Brown is quick. And they're coming back for a third. They get 3 easily. And it's now 303 now for 6. That was a full toss. Overpitched.
Something I think that they could have done a little bit more often was that short pitch delivery.
One ball left in the over.
We only saw it one time from Darvel Green, and he was very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Probably the only time we have seen him that uncomfortable for the entire game.
Indeed.
Overboard.
He leaves alone yet again.
And there was no more balls like that to him.
'84 overs bowled today, the Scorpions. 28 minutes of play to come. So you'd assume that they would get through a couple more, and another 6 overs to come. It's been a long day. It would be good for them to get through the 90 overs. We haven't seen that all season here at Sabina Park. No team has done that for the day. We haven't seen a day's play with 90 overs bowled.
Jackie. Center.
Servant.
Blackwood not happy with Derval Green sending back the man at square leg. Not in agreement with that man at deep square, but there are 2 men out deep on the leg side for Dorridge. So just that Green is gonna go short at some point.
Durge is not really the best when it comes to short pitch bowling. Could remember the last time or early in Leverage career when he just played for Jamaica. Durridge was one of those first players that probably roughed up in Barbados. Didn't like his shot at all. So I think this is something that Derval can work on. Not as fast as Leverage, but it's worth a try. Ball is pretty hard, it's fairly new. So you can give it a try. You have the deep square leg and fine leg back.
I was left alone Green looked as if it was a slower delivery. And Dorich was saying that was a naughty delivery because he was trying to lure him into a drive. Cut away, forward of point. Kirk has to put in the slide, but it should be signaled a 4. Was sweetly timed by Dorich. Another boundary for him. That was too wide and too easy. And more runs for the Barbados Pride. Yeah, that looked like a tired delivery. Had so much time to get on top of it. Mackenzie circled the ball. Couldn't stop it.
A lot of chirping from the players. Dorich and Craig obviously played a lot of cricket against these guys, so there would be a lot of chirping. With the sun coming in from the left of us here, seeping through the glass. If we are feeling like this, I can imagine these guys who are out there in the sun.
It's been a long day.
Usually at this time of the day, you would find players closing down, kind of shut off time. I think that's the same thing for commentators as well.
That completes the over. It's 307 for 6. A lead of 38 for the Barbados Pride. Craig Brathwaite, yes, he's still there. He's on 128. Kevin Wickham made 63 from 92. Needless to run himself out. Jonathan Drake's 31. Unfortunately dismissed. Bowled. Ball hit him on the pad, then on the elbow. Rolled between his groin and down onto the stumps. Offbeat someone, the off spinner. Really unfortunate. He did look promising though. So too did Wickham. And 100 was on the cards for Wickham. He just had to do something to get himself out.
The thing about him, he do give chances. As I said, he don't really understand his game to the extent like how a Craig or a Dorich would understand their game and understand how to score runs at this level. For now, he's, as you would always mention, or always phrase him as a bundle of joy. So he would just play cricket shots. He would just play shots. But he don't really understand his game as yet. And if he's scoring runs like that, one can only say whenever he gets to that point where he understands how to score at this runs, at this level, he would be a dominant figure at this level. Would just love to see the transition from here now onto the international scene, because you would like to say that he's one for the future, surely. There have been a lot of talks about him, and he's showing the reason why there were so many talks about him over the last year or so. He came in, he scored 100 in the first game, scored a half century in the second game, and again another half century. Good consistency. Always look positive at the crease. You have to.
Pete Salmon is getting some purchase. Not really troubling Brathwaite that much. There was an appeal. They desperately need one against him. They're struggling to get one. And the off spinner thought he had a bad pod catch there. get through their overs, the Scorpions. Shields was taken off for Salmon. Yeah, I think that's the over. It should be the over. Yeah, it is. And the umpire is just getting the signal from the reserve umpire that it should have been the over. So the 93rd over of the innings completed. The 86th of the day. And the Barbados Sprite 309 for 6.
Just 4 more boys.
No surprises, Craig Brathwaite is still there.
The oval to continue. Just a few more overs left in today's play. Usually the time, as I mentioned, where a lot of players starts to close down. This is where you need to put on your thinking cap and be fully aware of what's going on around you. Dorridge will definitely have a responsibility to come back tomorrow and build on top of what they have already.
It's rather impressive to me that Derval Green has gone through 17 overs today.
He's taking 2 wickets as well.
Doesn't look phased. He's ready again to roar in. Chips it in the air. Goes past the right hand of the bowler. Didn't really have a chance.
That's why they call him Steely, man of steel.
Yeah.
He would go through those rough overs for you. When the sun is going down, he would push himself to the limit to try create that opportunity for his skipper. That's the reason why he's around for so long.
Has a short mid-off in place for Dorridge. Tends to follow the ball with his hands at times. Shane Dorridge just taps that one into the offside for an easy single. He allowed that ball to come to him. He just dropped it in front of him and got a single. Halfway through.
I can tell you this man looks so unbothered.
Yeah.
I've never really had a day to sit and watch Craig Brathwaite bat for 3 sessions. It's the first time I'm actually witnessing him batting for 3 sessions. Just a few more overs left for in the day's play. He's not bat for full 3 sessions yet because, but I don't want to jinx him.
No, you don't have that skill.
I realize.
Yeah.
You have everything.
No, not everything. I have that skill.
You even have the jinx to out guys in a different country.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's the first time I'm actually looking at him, Foster. And I'm really amazed, he looks unbothered to whatever they're throwing at him.
Playing first class cricket since he's 16 years old, Craig Brathwaite.
So that's what I'm saying. He made his test debut as a teenager. So this is what I'm saying. You must be amazed. You must sit down and admire what it's like being a test player and how a test player go about scoring. He's not even bothered about driving. I'm amazed. This is a test player. showing the reason why he has over 10,000 first-class runs.
And the mere fact that he's not underestimating where he's playing. He's respecting the opposition, he's respecting the conditions, and he's respected the status of the game. You say 10,000, I think he's close to 13,000.
Over 13,000.
Exactly.
It's amazing.
It's bringing closer to the end of the day's play. 3 more overs to come, or 14 minutes. That one is worked away backward of square. Dorich wants 2. Mansingh did the fielding. They get only 1. That's definitely not Mansingh. That's Gordon Bryan. So another run added to the total, 311 for 6. And the Pride are just chipping away. They're chipping away, setting a base. To hit that one through the offside.
Still looking like he just started batting.
Yeah. You have to be fit to be doing what he's doing as well. Down the leg side. And Blackwood was anticipating. He has been involved in every single ball bowled in this game so far. Craig Brathwaite. It's the man of real dedication. When you back your process, this is what happens. Only one to come from Pete Salmon into his 22nd over. Down the leg side, taken by the, well, it's gone down to Gordon Bryan. And that completes the 95th over. 2 more overs to come in the day's play. The Barbados Pride 311 for 6, Brathwaite 129. Still there, still going strong from 290 balls. Can just feel it for the Jamaica Scorpions bowlers at this point. Worn down by this Craig Brathwaite masterclass in terms of occupation of the crease. On the pads, clipped away. It's gone forward of square. Mansingh had to move around to his left to do the fielding. This is Derval Green's last over of the day. 2 more runs added, so it's 313 for 6. You can see the tiredness on the field. No real energy out there. Dorich, watchful as ever. I left that one alone outside the off stump.
They still have a lot of players that's not in the squad that you would think that should be in the squad, or if they were available, they would have been in the squad.
Steered away backward of point. Dorich wanted a single. There have been 2 runouts already in this innings.
There's still Ruston Chase, who's not in the squad today, or this game, sorry. She Hope It's another player that should have been in this squad. Still think Shamar Brooks have the ability to play in this squad as well. So they're packed with a lot of players. So to have young Kevin Wickham coming in and playing in the manner in which he's playing now, how he's going about scoring runs, it's definitely a sight to see. Because with Waston Chase in the squad, he don't just offer his batting, his bowling as well is
Driven hard up to mid, up to cover. Kurt McKenzie does the fielding. Partnership is 25 from 56. It tells you about the talent pool of the Barbados team. They have a lot of quality in and around their setup. You missed out a name as well. And there's Kyle Mears, who is missing as well. And Kemar Roach is a veteran, but he's still capable. So it shows you, as this one is worked away, down to square leg for a single. Then Shamar Brooks was not selected actually in the team initially. So they basically said that they've gone beyond him and they're looking at a younger crop of players, but it's still surprising because Shamar Brooks has that quality, we know. Final over of the day is coming up. I think that will be bowled by Pete Salmon.
and this is what the franchise cricket bring about. Players can move around and play for different franchises around the Caribbean. Barbados obviously do not have or did not select anybody outside of Barbados to represent this year. A few years ago they did have Preston McSween out of Grenada.
So it's going to be Pete Salmon with the first ball of the final over of the day to Dorich. Down the leg side, not gathered cleanly by the wicketkeeper Morris. He's going to change his angle here. Someone is round the wicket now. Pride doing similar to what the CCC did last week in batting out an entire day against the Scorpions. Someone fires that one in. 3 deliveries to come. Be highly difficult to dislodge. This one is left alone. He pitched outside the leg stump even though he didn't offer a shot. Wasn't going anywhere.
That would have been a sad way to go.
Yeah. Not on this surface. It's so easy to bat on.
Definitely skipper Craig Brathwaite will want to bat as long as possible on this shot because I'm sure he knows how capable the Jamaican batters are.
Off the pad and to leg slip. Kurt McKenzie
That's the feeling. So the final ball of the day is coming. Still a man out at deep square. Dorich is going to be looking to defend at all cost here to come back tomorrow morning. Well, he clips it to that man who is racing in off the boundary. And that is it for the day. 315 for 6. But all the praises should go to Craig Brathwaite, the captain of the Barbados Pride team. 129 not out. He started the day on 1. And he batted from ball number 1 this morning to ball number 540 today. Just outstanding work from the West Indies Test captain. Really deserves some praise. He's congratulated by a few of the Jamaica Scorpions players. 129, 315 for 6. And they lead by 46, the visitors. And they got good support as well from Kevin Wickham, 63, 31 from Jonathan Drakes. And feel as if they lost a couple of cheap wickets, 2 runouts involved as well. In the wider scheme of things for the Scorpions, based on how the surface has played, they shouldn't feel too disappointed. They picked up 6 wickets in the day. They missed a chance of Wickham. 2 chances actually. One by the wicketkeeper and one at extra cover. Wickham made 63, as I said, he was run out. McCaskey made 15, he was the first to go. LBW to Derval Green. Shane Mosley, the next man out, 14, caught by Chadwick Walton at slip of O.J. Shields. Then Jonathan Drakes was bowled for 31. Wickham, 63 run out. Russian Primus, he was caught at square leg by Abhijay Mansingh of Derval Green for 22. And Akeem Jordan was needlessly run out for 13 of 8. While Shane Dorich, he's not out on 19. He batted at number 8. Batted at number 8 because of an injury. But he's there with the man Craig Brathwaite, who has hit 13 fours in 290 balls. Gordon Bryan, none for 57 from 16 overs. O.J. Shields, 1 for 59 from 13 overs. Derval Green, 2 for 38, the pick of the bowlers, with 5 maidens in his 19 overs. Pete Salmon, 1 for 60 in his 23 overs, 3 maidens. Abhijay Mansingh, wicketless from his 21 overs, was 77 runs with 1 maiden. A solitary over for Chadwick Walton. 2 overs for Jermaine Blackwood, 12 runs conceded there. Kurt McKenzie bowled 2 overs before the new ball was taken. He conceded 5 runs. All in all, a strong showing from the Barbados Pride, who will restart day 3, 46 runs ahead of the Jamaica Scorpions. So until then, join us again tomorrow at around 9:55 local time. Until then, see you then.